See, that's the problem with train. There are many line. There are many big line who do shoot good.
What the fuck was that? On the chairs!
Oh, since we're on the topic of dead birds, if anybody ever has perfect looking pigeon, I will pay for it. $150.
He looks like a pigeon.
Get stuff in my pocket.
Caw, bitch.
That's not what
I don't
pigeons
think
say.
pigeons make that noise.
Righty, hello everybody, and welcome to welcome back to the stream first of all, and welcome to a slightly new streaming setup. You may notice that things are a little bit differently orientated as to how they used to be. They're kind of back to what they were before my most recent change, which basically had the camera sitting here looking straight at me. Now it's off to the side, looking kind of sort of behind me at my nice little display cabinet I have there. If you keep seeing some random demon eyes as I like do this, for basically the first time in my life, I'm trying a top-down monitor format. So I have the game here, and whereas before I have almost always had the my second monitor over here, it's actually above me now. So if you see me glance up, it's because I'm checking, checking OBS or chat or whatever. So, it's a bit of an experiment. I really hope it fucking works, because if it doesn't, it's going to be a real pain in the ass to reverse. I'm glad you're enjoying the clips, Noswolf, and I know you're usually quite a fan of the clips. I don't even want to read that sentence out, Mono. I really don't want to even read that sentence out. But Mono, thank you for the 40 stream streak. Time for a crisis, a mid-stream crisis. We're also not seeing a video game, which I need to adjust. Let's see if I can't fix that one. Also, I should probably be checking. Yeah, okay, I realized the volume there was a little bit on the high side, but we still can't see the game for some reason. Oh, because game capture's turned off, that's why. Let's try this. There we go, now we can see the game. So we're playing some F1 Manager, getting back into this for a while, because I knew it was on my list to play again, but I didn't actually appreciate quite how long it had been since the last time we played Formula 1 Manager. So yeah, figure it is prime for doing this today. Last time out we did the Miami sprint race, pardon me, which, if memory serves me correctly, was a smidgen of a disaster. Because we got the strategy wrong. Hey, slightly less, how we doing? We got the strategy quite wrong, so we didn't really gain anything from the sprint race, but we're here to take on the full race, and then hopefully we should have time to do the Imola Grand Prix next. Also, one other slight problem. So, yeah, it's kind of weird, the angling, because until now I have always had my camera, I've always had my webcam sitting on top of the monitor, so it looks slightly down. You're now at eye level, which means, so I had a bit of an embarrassing incident when I was assembling my new shit, and you might not be able to see it on the camera, but I have a horizontal, really thin bruise going along the strap of my fucking chin line, because I don't even remember what it was, but I've obviously just fucking chinned something. So every time I talk, I'm just conscious of this little bruised area in my chin that hurts. Oh wow. Oh wow. Okay, fine. So we did the sprint, but we haven't done the qualifying for the race. So you have to qualify twice, once for the sprint and once for the race. So let's get back into the swing of things. So the sprint ended with us, the sprint ended with us being basically right down at the really tail end of the field. So we've got work to do. We have got work to do for the qualifying. Now the goal here is to try and make the rain work to our advantage. No complaints here. Hope all is well for you. Yay! Things aren't too bad slightly less. Put your headphones on to get an F1. Well no, Mono. It's because if I don't put my headphones on, I can't hear the fucking game, can I? Yeah, okay, so let's continue to the qualification. So we're gonna start on the inters. We're pretty happy with our car setup. So this is our last chance to change anything, and you know, not unlike a certain category on the hub. I wonder if it can't play with toes. So if we adjust the toe, I don't necessarily know that we're gonna get. I don't honestly think this is going to be better. No, do you know what? I'm happy with 97. I'm not going to fanny around with this 97. Quite happy with this one. That's fine. There's much more wiggle room here. I think if we try this, we'll see how we go. What do you mean, game? Aren't you managing Hibble F1? Well, yeah, I am, but this is a fucking... You know what I mean, god damn it. God dang it. Can we get to see what the rain chance is? How does that do this again? Well, the answer apparently is no, go fuck myself. It really annoys me that you can't see what the fucking things are. Anyway, let's get into qualifying. Fuck it. We're gonna manage this session. Why is there feet stuff in your Formula 1 trim? Well, because you know, it's in car setups, you've got to play with toes quite a lot. Toe in, toe out, camber in, camber out, you know.
Fuck is green, fuck is green.
Alright, let's be cowards and pause. So we're currently working with a damp track, and things do look like they get better over time. I think it'll probably take us about to here to get a lap in. I think we go out now and try and set something of a banker lap. Because the thing is, the more running my drivers do, the higher their confidence gets. The higher their confidence gets. I'm still looking up to something. Fuck it, you're fucking there now. The higher my driver's confidence gets, the better their lap performance is going to be when the weather actually dries. So let's bippity boppity and send these guys out into the fray. So Ricardo's gonna go. And Aerosmith is going to go. I realize as well, this being a F1 stream, I need to put on the F1 cam. Here we go. So we're slightly, you know, we actually fit into the graphical interface now. Fine. Okay, so we're going to. I'm going to leave you with the dulcet tones of these guys for a hot minute. Because I realize I don't have my fucking paperwork for doing Formula 1 streams on. So let's go and correct that notion.
Tires are in a good place. Track is clear. Okay, you're good to go.
We are back. Alright, so we're just going to time skip through this because this is mostly just a banking lap. The reason why I'm getting this in is to build my driver's confidence and also to...
Make sure you stay negative on your way.
Yeah, oh, Jesus Christ, Aaron Smith, what the
on
fuck?
charge on right away, please.
Build a banker lap and to, well, yeah, so build their confidence for future laps. And in the event that somebody absolutely fucking thundercunts it into the wall, we have a lap in place so that we can, you know, not get caught out. Might if there's like a red flag or a yellow flag that ruins people's races. It will give us the opportunity, I guess, to maybe advance where we shouldn't have before. So everyone else is going out, which I think is prudent. So let's get Ricardo out. Now this is going to be a much more representative lap, I reckon. Let's go to our sector view. Now let's see what it is we work with. So everyone's on their outlaps here. So everyone's doing an inters run, but I think the track is very possibly going to go dry before the end of this. Yeah, that's actually a much better lap from these guys. So again, we just time skip through this. So from their first lap to everyone else's first lap, the pace is about 2 seconds between 20th and 21st. However, that's all about to change as they come across the line. Ricardo goes 10. Yeah, okay.
So currently P10.
Yeah, okay, that works for me. So I think the plan is that this stuff keeps... we keep coming down. Can Aerosmith improve? Aerosmith improves to 12, yeah, okay. So everyone's coming in. Now, I have the uncanny feeling that people are going to be putting on slicks here. And that we're just going to wait for the track to dry up a little bit. Now, we're going to get caught out a little bit here, I reckon. Okay, I think we're gonna go and put slicks on both cars. Now, I need to get my cars out about 3 minutes before the session ends. So they've all gone on to... Fine. Okay. What is the lap time here? It's a 1:30. Go roughly to... So yeah, I think I probably want to get my cars out into a bit of air. Oh, no, actually, I can't really leave it any later, unfortunately. So, Ricardo's gonna come out. Aerosmith's coming out. God, I really, really hope Aerosmith made it out, because the clock went red, which normally means you don't have enough time. In terms of performance, Ricardo is very high but not peak, and Aerosmith is very high but not peak. We'll just have to see how we go here. Now, if something happens that causes a red flag, we will get into Q2. That is basically guaranteed at the moment. Right now, we're just watching the map, which you guys can't see because my face is hiding it, how inconsiderate of it, and the clock. So we've got 95 seconds for our drivers to get round to start their flying lap. Which this is going to be quite messy. But we're quite a slow car, so all of these cars in front of us are going to be quite fast. So we should hopefully be able to use that to something of an advantage there. Anyway, here we go. We're on to the flying lap. DRS is open and all of that hot spicy noise. We don't really care about doing commentary for the qualifying, so let's just keep coming around. Ricardo's about 3 seconds off the pace there. About 3/10 of a second off the pace there. Aerosmith's about 8/10 of a second off the pace. Let's see what we can do here. Okay, checkered flag flies. We saw the lighting boards. Well, you can just see them there showing the checkered flag. So Ricardo's been knocked down to 18th. What can he do on his flying lap? We're going to be the last ones to set a dry time. So Ricardo. Okay, we get to 16th and Aerosmith the 20th. Sargent, can he set a better time? No. What happened to Sargent? He's on a slowdown lap. Oh, he must have already set a lap and then... Okay, so Ricardo gets into Q2. Yes. It's been a hot minute since we've got a car into Q2, I think. I've not played this game in a hot minute, so I might be misremembering. So all cars have now qualified. This means that Aerosmith is going to start. So Aerosmith is going to start 20th. Okay, happy with that. So we're now into Q2. What is the current rain conditions? Does it tell us? No, okay, it doesn't tell us. Of course not. Why would I possibly need to know what my Oh, we got Raven Aerosmith up to 99. That's good. Okay, right. I've got no idea what the fucking weather's doing, because the game doesn't fucking tell me. All right, fine. May as well just get in here. So let's manage this session. So we've got 2.5 mils of rain, and the track condition. is to get drier towards the end, but if this is 2.0, I don't think this is going to be enough for softs. So I think what we do, let's put Ricardo on a set of scuffed inters. And we're going to send him out for a banker lap. Just in case there is a red flag or something later on. And we're just going to time skip our way through this. Oh Jesus Christ, everyone's doing that one. There was yellow flags somewhere. So Ricardo now on a flying lap. And we get our banker lap in.
Pierre, John in box. Oh, the third.
So let's wait for these guys to come on in. So a run is generally okay. Yeah, I can only get one more run out of this. So a run is 6 minutes. Yeah. Okay. I think we need to wait until the first car comes out and see what it is that we're doing. So far, just now, we're going to preload a fresh set of inters. The weather is not abating any. As soon as a car comes out, okay, track's starting to dry off. The sun's come out. And Russell's gone out. George Russell has gone out. Let's see what he is currently wielding tire-wise. He's wielding a set of inters. Yeah, the track is drying off so much, though. The question is it going to go enough? Who's out next? Sainz is out on a set of inters. Because the thing is, if it keeps drying up this much... Yeah, if it keeps drying out this much... then this is going to be... almost enough for slicks. Almost. Keyword almost. So nobody's risking the slicks here. Do you know what? Fuck it. Let's go for a gamble. Because at the end of the day, I don't think we're going to get much higher than 16th anyway. So let's quickly throw a set of slicks on and see what we can't do, because we get another 2 minutes basically of track drying while we're here. Watch the rain just suddenly absolutely fucking intensify though. Yellow's somewhere. No idea why that was.
A bit of patience for the warm-up.
Okay. Sonoda, so we're 1.5. So hopefully the cars in front of us really dry out this track. I don't think there's gonna be a world necessarily where this is going to dry out enough that we're going to see a significant time bonus over the inters. Unfortunately, it was worth a gamble, but yeah, okay, I don't think it's gonna pay it off. It was really marginal though. Really fucking marginal. I wish it held on an extra 20 seconds. We're gonna start 26th. I can live with that. I can definitely live with that. Not 26th, 16th. Fine, so we come across the line there. Fine, okay. Took a gamble and it did not pay off, so it is what it is. All cars hit checker flag. We start 16th. Let's continue to the end of qualifying 3, and it's Carlos Sainz that is on pole. Now, the weather for oh, hang on. Oop.
We're almost ready to go here in Florida as we look forward to 57 laps of F1 racing.
The Miami Grand Prix arrived onto the calendar in 2022 with much fanfare, and F1 history is still very much being written here. Drivers have to take chances around the street circuit and hope those chances turn into victory.
Miami has long, tight, straight sections that need as much driver confidence and precision as a corner, as well as 3 hard braking zones. The chicane through turns 14 to 15 is particularly likely to catch drivers out and throw them into a wall. The teams are making their final preparations down in the pit lane, ahead of today's race.
Alrighty, so here we go. So we're forecasting heavy rain for today. So let's go ahead and skip to this. Oh, wow, okay. Huh. That looks quite interesting, actually. So we're starting in the dry, and we're expecting very heavy rain through here, but it dries up. Now, I'm curious why it thinks it has to go onto the hard, or the full wets for Ricardo, but only the inters for Aerosmith. That's kind of a bit of a weird one for me. Yeah, I'm not sure what the case is here. I think we do an equal strategy for both drivers. So let's get rid of this stop and bring our inters back to about here. Because these inters will last. We don't really have to care about them too much. So we're predicting 23 to go on to the inters. So let's call this one 23 as well. But this is going to be an evolving strategy. Okay, fine. So we're going to start on a set of mediums for Ricardo. And for Aerosmith. On lap 23 to a set of inters. And then we're predicting lap 41 and lap 42 for a set of softs for both of our drivers. So it's an identical strategy that we're running on both cars here. We are, as normal, going to underfuel our cars. So Miami here is 1.9 kilograms per. So the safety margin, we'll say. Yeah, okay. This guy's butt looks a bit weird. Which one? There's a few butts I can see on screen. Okay, alright, so we've underfueled car number 1. Let's underfuel car number 2. And then what tires do we have in reserve here? Let's have a look-see. Look. I don't know what you mean, look, Mono. There's lots of butts on screen. There's my dude over here, there's my dude here, there's my dude over there, there's my dude behind my face. Okay. Alright. I'm not gonna pause, I'm not gonna halt the screen to discuss stream to discuss bad. Okay, so in terms of our sticker tires, we have soft, medium, hard. And one of the mediums is accounted for, one of the softs is accounted for. With 3 sets of wet, 3 sets of inters. And we have a scuffed set of medium tires. And 2 scuffed sets of inters. That's for Ricardo. And for Aerosmith, Jesus Christ. Okay, alright, interesting. So we've got soft, medium, hard. Medium, hard. So we've got an extra set of softs for Aerosmith, which is interesting. And then same again, we have 3 sets of wets, 3 sets of inters, and 2 scuffed sets of inters. Fine. Okay, alright. Alright, that is our planning and preparations done. Without further ado, it is time to start the Miami Grand Prix.
The anticipation is really building here. The fans in attendance are absolutely buzzing with excitement. This could be a big race for that man, right there, Lewis Hamilton.
9th is a fairly good grid position. If they make the right calls, they could well score some points.
But remember, anything can happen in Formula One. Here we go with the Miami Grand Prix. And it's lights out, and away we go.
Oh fuck, I forgot to fucking set up our drivers. Always defend, always attack.
Just try to defend as we can.
Okay, push, deploy.
We can still do it.
Push, deploy. Okay, right, we completely forgot to set up our fucking drivers
Overtake available.
for the start of that one. That was ever so slightly annoying. So we'll burn off stuff for 1 lap and then see how we go. As it stands, both of our drivers are maintaining their status quo. Ricardo remains 16th, Aerosmith remains 20th. Actually, it does look like Ricardo is trying to queue up a potential overtake on Pierre Gasly, but we've backed right out of it. Backed right out of it. So during the sprint race, we did see a red flag appear for a collision. This being a street circuit, it is quite tight, it is quite windy, so you can basically any significant accident that would cause a safety car can quite easily cause a red flag as well, which isn't ideal. Okay, we're starting to overheat these tires, so let's come off the fuel use here. DRS is now enabled. So we're going to come off the fuel use and we're going to come off the tire burn and see what we can make of this. So Ricardo is on medium tires, as is Pierre Gasly. Albon behind is on the harder tires. So hopefully this should keep... this should allow Ricardo to pull away from Alexander Albon, which would be quite nice. Meanwhile, Kevin Magnussen on the soft tires should actually be quite a threat to Raven Aerosmith. In terms of track details, wow, okay, so this is set to become... Oh, incredibly wet. I don't actually think we can do the inters in this. I think we're gonna have to pull in for a set of wets. Okay, let's actually do that. Let's adjust this strategy here. So I think we go for a set of wets. Update strategy B. Because looking at how rainy that gets, that is wild rain. Unless that changes, yeah. Unless that changes, I think we are pitting. I think we're pitting for wets every single day of the week. Because that is a crazy peak. That is like a fucking torrential downpour. I think it's probably, the changeover is probably going to be on lap 24, not lap 23. But we'll just keep our eye on it and watch this as we get closer to the situation. So Leclerc, the only front runner on soft tyres, is currently leading the field from his teammate Carlos Sainz. Despite a slightly harder compound, Sergio Perez has just set the fastest lap. And the two Ferraris are side by side. Coming into, where are they? They're coming into the opening complex. So Carlos Sainz has taken lead of this race from his teammate, who is desperately trying to claw it back so he can make use of the softer tires while he still has the tire life advantage. I'm quite curious about these softer tired cars, because trying to go 24-25 laps on a set of softs is going to be quite interesting. If they end up pitting, yeah, it's gonna be quite wild actually. It's gonna be quite wild. Oh wow, there's a 4-car battle right for first place. We've got the Red Bull and the Ferrari absolutely side by side with Oscar Piastri trying to get on in this mix as well. This Sainz and Leclerc are just absolutely fucking hoping that this doesn't end up in tears. Meanwhile, in Hibble F1 news, Daniel Ricciardo has managed to find his way past. And that wasn't even DRS overtake, I don't think. Alrighty. Nice. So this puts us up into 15th place for Daniel Ricciardo. A little bit of a check. Right, go away. Aerosmith is still in 20th place. And Magnussen has really taken 10% off of his tire life there, trying to keep up with this lot. See the sparks in the distance there. Yeah, so there's Hulkenberg. Sorry, there's Magnussen. I keep calling that Hulkenberg. Magnussen has really dropped off the pace. Good grief. Good grief. Oh, a little bit of side-by-side action there. Okay, our ERS is now empty, so we're going to go back into top-up mode and see what we can do here. Let's see how this... Oh, wow, okay. So Carlos Sainz has been able to pull a bit of a lead away from this little gaggle for third place.
Honestly, I don't think we can do much more.
But all of the cars are quite nicely close together. I think the only one who has any breathing room is Zhao, who has, just as we clicked on him, been overtaken by Daniel Ricciardo. Let's see how this happened.
Good job.
I said, let's see how this happened. There we
Let's
go.
take a closer look. And we're watching Daniel Ricciardo. The opportunity begging to be taken.
So once again, not a DRS pass. Ricciardo is getting it done even without the DRS, which is pretty good. And that puts Daniel Ricciardo up into 14th place. Now, Zhao seems to be quite slow, given that he was 4 seconds off the pace of George Russell. And he's on the higher compound, so hopefully, hopefully, this pushes him backwards to provide Ricciardo a bit of a gap. But unfortunately, Zhao comes back at Ricciardo on the DRS and actually sneaks his way past. So Daniel Ricciardo's got it all to do again. Coming into the longest straight on the circuit, Daniel Ricciardo is going to get an absolute beast of a DRS zone. So Zhao's wing is not going to open, but Ricciardo's is. So coming into the DRS zone, Ricciardo already was lining up the overtake. He's already side by side, and then the DRS kicks in. It is a very, very clean pass. Very nice, very nice, very nice.
Okay, good job. So it's currently P14.
So Ricciardo resumes 14th place. We do have one more DRS zone to go here, so Zhao's DRS is going to open. Daniel Ricciardo goes for the block. And it was a nice block, keep Zhao behind, and this should allow Daniel Ricciardo to pull away through this opening complex of the lap, hopefully getting enough distance between himself and Zhao that when we get into this first DRS zone of the lap, we can make things work. Aerosmith is still technically hanging on to Alexander Albon, but we're not really making that much in the way of progress, unfortunately. Meanwhile, the Ferraris are once again swapping positions for the lead of this race. It is an absolute gaggle as they are about to come into the start-finish straight. And lots of little battles happening up and down this track. Unfortunately, F1 Manager doesn't have a camera like you can get in iRacing, where it's like, you know, automatically focus on the best battles, like an AI director kind of thing. I love the inclusion of like so many marshals in so many different places. Quite often when you see like video games about racing, you'll typically have like 1 or 2 AI marshals at a marshal's post. But here they're like literally everywhere, as you would like find in a Formula 1 track, which is quite nice. Max Verstappen down in 4th place now sets the fastest lap of this race, showing that the medium tired cars are definitely posing a threat. Zhao with the DRS looks like he is trying to catch up to the back of Ricciardo, but can't make anything happen. And Alexander Albon has developed a mechanical fault. Can we find out what it is?
Why are we clipping so much? It's like crazy.
I don't know what clipping is in Formula 1 context, but Alexander Albon has an issue, so this might give Aerosmith the chance to catch up to the back of Alexander Albon and get past. We will just have to see. But for just now, things are progressing quite nicely. Oscar Piastri has dropped all the way back down to 5th, so we now have the 2 Red Bull racing cars in 3rd and 4th, desperately trying to hunt down the Ferraris, who are not getting away at the lead of this race. We now currently have a 5% chance of rain. When are we expecting the heavy rain? It was about lap 20, yeah, about 23. So if we do see rainfall now, our anticipation is that it's not going to be particularly heavy rainfall. So let's just hope that it passes for the time being. George Russell is side by side with Valtteri Bottas, trying to get the move done. Bottas is going around the outside. Russell has got past, but can Bottas come back at him coming into the DRS zone? Bottas is going to have the DRS. He's going to get the run. He's going to try and go at the inside for the starting of this lap. And he gets it done. He gets it done. Aerosmith at the potato end of the grid has found her way past Albon.
It's all at the final corner. Can they squeeze by?
I'm pretty sure I saw that wheel no clip through the other wheel. I'm pretty sure that's not entirely legit. Okay, fine. Whatever. So Aerosmith now moves up into 19th place. Russell is again relegated down into 12th place. Russell getting past both Bottas and Ocon would be quite good for us. but I'm not entirely sure if it is necessarily going to happen. My goodness. Despite his car woes, Alexander Albon is right on the tail end of Aerosmith here. And he's got the DRS. He might try and come back at Aerosmith now. Indeed he is. He's going to go for the inside line. But Aerosmith will have the inside line for the next corner, which he uses to go wheel to wheel with Alexander Albon. It's a lot of toing and froing, a lot of toing and froing. They are side by side. It's anyone's guess as to who's going to get the DRS zone here. So she loses the position, but she is technically going to be behind, which means she is going to get the DRS. The only problem is that she does not have a good run here. Or does she actually? She might have already been side by side with Alexander Albon. Indeed she was, and she does pull ahead once again. This is fine. Something's pinging at me, and I don't really know what it is. Zhao and Gasly are fighting side by side. This might slow them up to allow Aerosmith to close down this 2-second gap. And actually, Iwasa, having overtaken Kevin Magnussen, is now close to the rear end of Alexander Albon, and which should also give Aerosmith hopefully some breathing room. Russell still can't seem to find a way past Valtteri Bottas, and both of our Ferraris are still fighting neck and neck. Leclerc got the DRS, but got the overtake done really, really early coming into this first DRS zone. We can see he was already ahead still with his DRS open. So he's now pulled out almost a 1 second gap to his teammate Carlos Sainz, putting him into the hands of the Red Bulls. In fact, it's now over a second, so Sainz might not get the DRS zone here. Indeed he doesn't, and Perez does. So this is potentially going to be 2 positions lost for Carlos Sainz. Or it would be if Verstappen was going to make the move, but unfortunately he wasn't. Hulkenberg finds a way past Ricciardo. Let's see how that happened. This looks like it's at the tail end of the DRS zone. So it's around the outside, and Ricciardo just leaves that door open. And Hulkenberg sails down the inside.
You know, I'm going fast, mate.
So Hulkenberg now is in 14th place, having stolen it from Daniel Ricciardo. Ricciardo is going to get the DRS here when that opens, which is going to allow him to pull away from Logan Sargent and hopefully catch up to the back of Hulkenberg. Meanwhile, Aerosmith got overtaken by the injured Albon. Oh, so this started much before that, and then Albon just gets the inside line. However, I think, if I'm not mistaken, as they went over the line, Aerosmith had the DRS there. Indeed she does. So she uses this to do an absolutely colossal friggin' dive bomb to get into 19th place. And both of our drivers now retake the positions that they just lost. It seems no matter where you are in this field, this is just a continuous cat and dog. Cat and dog swapping of positions left, right and center. Approaching lap 10, so we have underfueled our cars by 1 lap, so I'll need to do some fuel calculations next lap and see how it is we go. Car behind has got DRS, so this is the first DRS zone. Hulkenberg once again has DRS zone. Ricciardo has been able to hold on to like 7% of his tyre life more than Hulkenberg. But Hulkenberg is using that tyre life to his advantage, and that was pretty clean actually. Ricciardo could have done a lot more to stop that from happening, but
Honestly, I don't think we could do much more.
meh.
Okay, head down, no problem. Sargent behind you.
Do you know what I want to do here? I actually want Ricciardo to push his ERS. I want to burn this ERS a little. Oh wow, okay, Jesus Christ, Aerosmith has dropped right past. Okay, both of our drivers are going to use their ERS. I want them to use this ERS to get those positions back and just push into the middle distance. We don't necessarily know what ERS they've got, but I want to open up a 1
Keep doing the
second
same.
plus gap to
Okay, that's,
Hulkenberg.
P14
Leave
now.
Hulkenberg and
3
Sargent
seconds.
fighting, and let's go after Russell if we can. If we can, we're going to go after Russell. Aerosmith has now closed down half a second onto Albon. So we're now back within DRS zone, so we're going to use this DRS to hopefully try and catch up to the hard tires cars, which are now side by side. So let's see if we can't make this happen. And I really want to see Ricciardo use this ERS to eke out this gap. I'm slightly wary
Get on
about...
tires when you can.
I could give him a little bit more tire, actually.
So far, so good.
How are we doing for this one?
You can push on tires. We're good on tires.
Oh, for fuck's sake, okay. I give him ERS, I give him tires, and he still loses the position. God damn it. Aerosmith, meanwhile, I'm more than happy to give some tires to, because she has caught right up to the back of Zhao. With the ERS, that didn't take long at all.
Okay?
God, this is an absolute Tom and Jerry race, is what this is. And grab some cheeky screenies. Boom. Okay, and the Tom and Jerryness continues. So Ricciardo has the DRS coming into the long start-finish straight, and he ekes out quite a bit of a gap, which is cute. Hopefully that's going to be enough of a gap to allow Hulkenberg to not come back at Ricciardo during the start-finish straight. And the soft-tired cars are diving into the pits.
Keep an eye on the battery.
So this is interesting, because they're now putting themselves through another stop. So Sargent and Magnussen are in, and Charles Leclerc at the lead of this race might have to come in again. So that's going to give Aerosmith a free position. Okay, I can't do this for too long on Daniel Ricciardo, so I really hope I just eke out this gap a little bit more. I want to see it over a second, which it now is. But I want to see it over a second after the DRS zones. After the DRS zones. Aerosmith is all over the back of Alexander Albon once again, whose fault has now resolved. She's got the DRS, she's trying the outside line, but it doesn't work. She's filtering in behind him. She tries the inside line, and they are now almost side by side. She'll take the inside line. And we've got it. We do have it. Yellows. Yellows somewhere. I think it's these two cars that have taken a knock together. I guess we'll find out soon. Can we see anywhere that has yellow flags? I wish this was like, no, I know you guys can't see the map because my face is obscuring it. But I do wish this was like the actual kind of Formula 1 apps. Where it shows you the part of the map that has the yellow flags. Anyway, whatever, we'll see the replay in a little second. I'm pretty sure these two have had a collision, no? Let's wait to see. There's still yellows.
And now we've had a crash.
Let's see what happened here. So this was Iwasa and Zhao. So they're side by side, and that's a knock into the side pod. So Iwasa may have some side pod damage there.
And you can just feel the frustration from the team
So
watching
the team
on the
go
monitors.
to check the data, make sure the car is still technically operational.
2 cars out.
Well, I don't know if they're out.
We have possible debris reporting, but we don't know where.
Okay. Yeah, we don't know if they're out, but we'll need to see. So Sargent and Magnussen have gone to another set of softs. This, I think, is actually quite a ambitious strategy. Oh, and Albon finds his way still ahead of this. Okay, I don't want to destroy Aerosmith's tire wear any more than this. And I'm not out of ERS, so we'll need to put that one back onto charge. Okay. And I'm not going to burn any more of Ricardo's resources. We've given him a few laps now to try and get this gap up to 1 second, and we've not been able to get it to happen.
Don't debate now.
I can't keep destroying the tire life because as much as I can in terms of tire wear versus when I expect the rain to come, I also am conscious that I want to keep as much tire life compared to my competitors as possible, because burning tire life to hold an advantage doesn't necessarily mean anything if I hit the cliff and they just overtake me later in the stint anyway. In terms of forecasting, we're still looking... Okay, our forecast predicts a lap 23 changeover, so it's come forward by 1 lap. And we're now on to lap 13. So lap 13 will be, whoa, that was a dive bomb. That was very almost a collision there, Hulkenberg. What the fuck? Jesus, that was chaotic. Okay, let's call it 44 laps to go. Fine. Okay, so let's go to the leaders. So, Ricardo is doing a Delta 2.
That's okay.
70. So 70 per 2 is 45, and we have 44 laps to go. So we're predicting Ricardo to get overtaken at the end of the race, just by current Hail Mary math. Aerosmith is 3 seconds slower, so she is Delta 3. The lap difference here is only 60. So she'll get overtaken in 20 laps.
So we have people in...
So we're predicting her to get overtaken at lap 33. Yeah, so we're predicting Aerosmith is going to go a lap down. So this means Aerosmith now moves on to fuel strategy -1. But Ricardo for the moment is going to stick on fuel strategy 0. Fine, okay, I can work with this.
Okay, head down, we keep focusing.
So Ricardo and Hulkenberg are cat and mousing. I'm just gonna leave them to it. Neither car is getting a particularly good advantage over the other one. Aerosmith lost the place to Albon. I think my main concern is the possibility that I may have to double stack these cars. There is more than a 7-second gap between them, so I can make it work, but now that we're coming towards the end of lap 14, let's take stock of this race. So Charles Leclerc has just overtaken Max Verstappen for lead of this race. Verstappen now in 2nd, Perez in 3rd. Carlos Sainz is in 4th, Oscar Piastri is on his own in 5th place, Lando Norris in 6th, and Yuki Tsunoda in 7th. All those drivers are currently on their own. Lewis Hamilton is in 8th place, fighting off from Lance Stroll, with Fernando Alonso in 10th, absolutely on his own. Valtteri Bottas is in 11th, having just found a way past Esteban Ocon, and George Russell is following the pair of them, still unable to find a way past the 2 slower cars. Hulkenberg is in 14th, being handed down by Daniel Ricciardo, and the good news is this gap's gone from 3 seconds down to 1.5 seconds. So as these cars continue to squabble, this is hopefully going to provide an opportunity for Hulkenberg and Ricciardo to close up. Pierre Gasly is on his own in 16th, with Alexander Albon 5 seconds adrift, and Aerosmith unfortunately has dropped off the pace of Albon. Zhao and Iwasa, both carrying battle damage for their collision earlier, make up 19th and 20th, with our 2 soft stoppers of Sargent and Magnussen in 21st and 22nd respectively. We're now at a 15% chance of rain, and we're expecting it to be about... Yeah, okay, this is definitely coming down. So we're still expecting lap 23 to go over to these full wets,
Russell 1.6
I reckon.
now.
And Ricciardo now finds his way up into 14th place. Unfortunately, our squabbling is slowing down us two more than these two squabbling is slowing down them two. It is still a four-way battle for the lead of this race between Verstappen. I was about to say Leclerc. Verstappen, Leclerc, Perez, and Sainz. We're going to see Leclerc with the DRS open, soft tyres, sails down the inside. I thought he actually glanced the wall there. That wouldn't have been very good. That wouldn't have been very, very good at all. So track conditions, oh, they are side by side. Verstappen with the DRS open was already side by side with Leclerc, and he finds a way to slot inside. Perez very almost found a way inside as well. Yeah, the amount of rubber and grip that we have down on the track is not great right now. Hülkenberg once again just finds his way past Daniel Ricciardo.
Honestly, I don't think we can do much more.
Oh, you're okay, Ricciardo. You've got another DRS zone coming up here.
Focus on the pace.
You just need a good run. He's got the run. He's got a good run down the inside, and he's going to have the inside line for the opening complex. And Albon's fault comes back once again. Is it the same issue? Yep.
Why are we clipping so much?
Yep. So it's the same issue. I think this is a gearbox fault. The clipping. I'm pretty sure this is a gearbox fault. So Albon has once again redeveloped his gearbox fault. So hopefully this will allow Aerosmith to close down this distance and overtake, although Zhao is right on the back end of her, which isn't ideal. Let's see. Okay, Hülkenberg is outside of DRS, so for the first time, Hülkenberg is outside of the DRS zone, which is pretty damn good for us. Yeah, this is pretty huge, actually. I'm in disbelief. I'm waiting to see if it stays this way or if we've actually done what we've been trying to for freaking ages. Let's see. So it's 1.3 seconds is the gap, and this is the big DRS zone. So if Hülkenberg loses out here, which it does look like he is going to, so this is pretty good. Yeah, this is definitely good. Okay, our percentage of rain is starting to shoot up here. So we're currently at 0% chance of rain, we're coming into 15% chance of rain, going up to 35% chance of rain. I wish I could compare this to millimeters. 1, 2, 3. Actually, I wonder if this is only going to be a tiny bit of need for the wets. We'll need to see. We'll need to see on that front. Yeah, so Hülkenberg has not got himself back into the DRS window, and his tyres are rapidly approaching the cliff. Ricciardo is now within 1.5 seconds of Ocon in front of him, with George Russell having finally found his way past. So hopefully we can continue closing down this gap and make something there. Oh, and Hülkenberg got a lightning fast run. He is actually back into DRS zone once again. He's in fact right on the tail of Daniel Ricciardo. Jesus Christ. Hülkenberg like a bat out of hell there. God dang. And for the first time in this race that I have been paying attention to, we have a Red Bull 1-2. So the Ferraris have been quite royally usurped for the start of the race here. Now, if something happened that we had a red flag, that would really mess up our strategies, because if we go to red flag, we have no real way of seeing like what the rain's going to be doing. We just have to guess a tire and go with it, which isn't necessarily ideal. But yeah, we'll just have to take it from there. So Ricciardo is right onto the tail end of Ocon. In fact, as we glance at Daniel Ricciardo, he just sails clean past Esteban Ocon at the tail end of a DRS zone. And the damaged Ocon has about the same tyre life as Hulkenberg, so hopefully this will be a good battle for these two, which is going to allow Daniel Ricciardo to pull away. George Russell has finally found his feet and found a way past Valtteri Bottas as well, so we'll just have to see how this goes in time. Aerosmith is still very much fending off Zhao, although not really finding a way past herself. Okay, I have ran out of juice, so I'm going to leave you with the dulcet sounds of Formula 1. Let's stick with the battle for second place. Oh, there we go. There's Aerosmith getting overtaken by Zhao. While I go and fetch me a drink.
Yep, this is my pace.
Keep the head down. Okay, so now behind you is Ocon. Good job.
Alrighty. Alright, we are back. So Aerosmith just said that there is definite rain starting. Which there definitely is.
Just head down.
I kind of want to use our leaders as scapegoats here to see whether they go onto wets or inters, because I think if this is 1 mil, if that's 1 mil, that's 2 mil. I think it'll barely get
Rain is coming.
wet enough for full wets. I was so sure about it at the start of the race, but actually I'm not so sure anymore. Meanwhile, there's been a lot of trading of places. Aerosmith finds a way up into 18th now. No, sorry, she lost a place from 17th back into 18th. And Albon is 5 seconds ahead of her. Good grief.
Good job.
Ricardo's up into 13th. Lots of fighting for places. Okay, so we now need to really watch this to see what the leaders do in terms of in pit. Leclerc has really made these soft tires work. Really made these soft tires work. So the decision at the moment is going to be whether we go into inters or full wets. We're definitely going to need to change our tires. But we'll need to see what it is. We're still going to be double stacking our stock, but the gap between our cars is currently Currently over 10 seconds, so even a bad stop for Ricardo shouldn't hold up Aerosmith too much.
Good job.
Pretty happy with this one. Ricardo and Hulkenberg just absolutely side by side. This is crazy. Fine, so we're now at 0.4 mils of rain, so the soft tires are getting some traction, but the rain is coming down fairly heavy at the minute, and it is set to get a lot heavier within the next 2 minutes. So we may start to see some of these guys come into the pit. Let's pay attention to the leaders. And is any of them pitting? No, everyone's staying out. Everyone's staying out for the minute. I'm not really sure that I want to make the call because I'm in two minds between the inters and the full wets. So rain percentage. So if this is 0.5... Oh no, this is inters. This is inters all day long. Yeah, okay, this is... Okay. So if this is the percentage mark for 0.5 mil here, then yeah. I think this is inters all day long. But we'll definitely need to see. We'll definitely need to see. For the moment, we're just going to hold cautiously. I think Leclerc is going to end up being the first one into the pit for a new set of tires. Mainly because his tire... Actually, no, Perez. Perez, despite being on a harder compound... Oh, God, I thought that was almost going to be a safety car. Right there, Jesus Christ. So yeah, Perez, despite being on a harder compound than Leclerc, has actually got less tire life. He's been eating those tires. He's been absolutely demolishing rubber, and despite the increasingly heavy rain, it is still very almost 3 wide there for first place, which is crazy to see. Is any of these leaders going to dive into the pit lane? Verstappen is. Okay, let's see what these guys do.
At the moment.
We need to pit this lap. We know that it's inters. Is anyone inters? Okay, it's inters for all of our cars. So, actually no, I need to be on this view, don't I? Okay, pit option inters this lap. Pit option enters this lap.
Box.
Alright, let's just burn.
Okay,
Burn.
box.
So I expect almost everyone is probably going to pit this lap.
Okay, we can
There's a
push.
couple that have stayed out. So Perez has stayed out, so Noda has stayed out. I want to get in. I want to get off these tires. So Bottas is in pit. We're gonna come in to get in pit.
Pit lane.
Take it easy in the pit entry.
Now let's see where we get with this one. So we're all on inters for just now. Looks like it's good stops for everybody. A few cars have continued to stay out, so let's watch Ricardo's pit stop. This needs to be quite good because Aerosmith is in pits. It's not a particularly fast stop, but it's not a disaster. We don't lose any places with this
That
one.
will be clear.
15th fastest pit stop of the field. That was a bit miserable. Let's watch Aerosmith's pit stop.
So it's currently P14. Ahead of you is Bottas, by the way.
A 2.8, okay, that's faster.
Hulkenberg behind.
Is faster.
3 seconds.
So we don't gain anything in pit stops, unfortunately. But we don't particularly lose anything. Oh no, well we lose 1 place because Albon has decided to stay out on the harder tires. But you can see already he is getting completely ganked by the cars that have taken on the inters.
Tires are good actually.
Understood.
Okay, so we are forecasting, in terms of track, we're forecasting to come back off of these around lap 40. So let's go ahead and edit this strategy real quick. So let's add a new stint. We'll call it soft tires, and this will be, let's call it lap 40 for just now. Great strategy A. And we'll do the same thing for Aerosmith. So add a new stint onto soft tires. And we'll call this lap 40. So back onto the race, Bottas is absolutely sweeping past Alexander Albon. There's no way he can stay out. He is going to have to dive into the pits. And indeed he does. So this is going to be a free place for Daniel Ricciardo.
Okay.
And our ERS battery is empty, so let's go into top up.
We need a bit of recharge of the battery.
Here.
Understood.
So the track is definitely getting wetter and wetter. Ah, Tsunoda and Perez went onto the full wet. Now that's interesting to see. That is very interesting to see. That might be something that we might need to keep into the back of our minds later. Now this is a bit unrealistic because with this much water on the track, I don't really think there would be this. I don't think there'd be this much like tire overheating. I think that's probably quite, not massively true to life. But then you know what the fuck do I know? So yeah, Perez on these full wets is probably going to be quite slow compared to the other cars, I would guesstimate. Because the wets won't come alive until the track is twice as wet as. However, the rain is absolutely caning it down. It is absolutely demolishing the field. So these wets could end up coming alive. We might end up needing to do another stop here for the wets. But we'll try and follow the field and see what they do.
Okay,
Rain is
increasing.
indeed increasing. It's going to be like an absolute skate track over here. Okay, so after the first round of pit stops, now that the rain is caning it down, Verstappen is in the lead of this race with Leclerc and Sainz second and third. Perez is nearly 2 seconds off the pace in fourth, fighting off Lando Norris, who has just overtaken him. Perez being the first runner of the wet tyres. They're still side by side. Let's see if he can't make anything go past. You're an idiot. You spent 20 minutes trying to get Centaur. The browser tab was muted. Well done, Noswell. Well done. Welcome back. Okay, so Norris does secure fourth place from the wet-tired Sergio Perez. Oscar Piastri is in 6th place, who is absolutely on his own, as is Lewis Hamilton. Lance Stroll in 8th, Tsunoda in 9th. Then Alonso, Russell, Bottas, Ricciardo, Hülkenberg, Ocon, Gasly, Aerosmith, Sargent, Albon, Zhao, Iwasa, and Magnussen. Currently, there's only one real battle going on, and that is this battle for 4th place. I'm cautious about these tires overheating, so let's try and cool them off a little bit.
Okay, maximum focus on cooling down those rear tires.
Yeah, let's try and cool them off a little bit. So we're getting very, very close to full wet territory here. Let's see how we're doing for track condition. So we're only a few more laps before the rain kind of peaks. So I expect we'll probably get to about 5 or 6 mils of rain, which I'm not sure is going to be wet enough to go onto the wets and stay onto the wets. But we'll watch the field and see what they do. So right now we're going to work on cooling our tires. I do want to see what our leaders do as we come around this corner here. Yeah, so we're starting to see this rain cool down, slow down quite a bit. It's about 0.01 mil every second, as opposed to like 3 every second. So it has started to come down a little bit here. And wow, look at that. Because of the overheating, look how much life these guys have taken out of their wet tires. That is crazy. That is absolutely crazy. So the reason why you don't want to put wet tires on intermediate conditions, like if we zoom into, well, you can't really see it so well, I suppose. But like, intermediate tires have blocks as opposed to being entirely slick. They are triangular with grooves down the side for kind of high speed dissipation of water. When you move on to the wets, there is more blocks. And when it's wet, that's fine, it just means that it shifts more water. But when it's damp, those blocks have so much motion and they're not being cooled down by the water, they heat up quite a lot. And yeah, the heat just destroys that tire life, so that's crazy. Let's go back up into aggressive tire use for just now. So now that the track conditions are full wet, we are going to see these guys' tire wear not really come into it as much. But however, we are probably ideally too wet for inters. But I don't think it's going to be worth changing. Because it's heavy rain, heavy rain, heavy rain, and then when we hit lap 30, we're confident that it's still going to be raining, but the rain goes to light rain. So we've only got another 3 laps of this. Anyway, we now have 30 laps to go until the end of this race, so let's do another lap time calculation. So the leaders are currently 1 second a lap faster than Daniel Ricciardo. Yeah, 1 second. Yeah, they're roughly 1 second a lap faster than Daniel Ricciardo. And at a 150, they are 45 seconds. So it'll be 45 laps. So Ricciardo is still on a lead lap strategy. Aerosmith she's got a delta of 2. And she is currently, how long is it until she gets the lap? Oh, that's a red flag. Damn it, that was red flag. That was Aerosmith. Well, I don't have to worry about her fuel calculations anymore. God fucking damn it!
Now we see this was at turn 15.
She just loses the back end on the curves,
to do anything about that crash.
It sends
their confidence will have taken a hit with that.
Sends the front of the car around. God damn it. Are we out, or can we get repairs on the go? Please, idiots. So it's currently damp. So we get 20 minutes. So Aerosmith does retire, so I was in the middle of her fuel calculations, she's retired. Major damage to the chassis and unable to restart the race. God freaking damn it. Okay, so the game recommends we go on to soft tires. And I'm inclined to agree, because that was a heavy rain shower. So, soft tires, and if there's no more rainstorm, we'll probably need to do one more soft tire stop until the end of the race. Or do we do hard tires? Because I either do 2 soft tire stints, or a hard tire stint. So there's what, 27, there's 30 laps to go. In theory, if we're careful, this set of softs could last, in theory. Alright, let's go on to the softs, fuck it. So all the cars are lined up in the pit lane.
It's time to pick up where we left off as the race restarts.
So we've got a real mix of tyres here.
It's lights out, and away we go.
We focus on the cars ahead now.
Alright, let's just burn this tyre use.
Let's lift off, please.
Okay, understood.
Okay, so track conditions are still damp at the moment, but it is going to dry. And if we look at this, yeah, okay, there's going to be none of this stuff going on. I'm actually slightly regretting going for a kind of double stop strategy here. I'm really tempted here. I want to see with the strategy. So if we do soft tires. Okay, so conserve is the only way for me to make it until the end of the race on this set of tires. I'm really tempted to do that. So let's just push us to conserve.
We look after the tires.
Now let's see what we do. Slight regret not being on the mediums, if I'm perfectly honest. We're up into 12th place. That's so unfortunate about Aerosmith. Aerosmith is actually having a halfway decent race.
Good job.
Okay.
12.
So track condition is now dry. So we're going to keep us on full fuel use and full ERS use for the moment, and see how we go. All of the cars in front of us are very fast cars. Oh, look at that for a view. God dang. Okay, it's that one. Whoa! Jesus Christ, that was a dive bomb.
You can use the ice.
God, that was a crazy dive bomb. I don't actually think we get DRS during this first start-finish straight. I think it's going to be on the second one. Currently 12th place is a good place for us, but I want to see these guys really eat their tire use, because right now all of these soft-tired cars that are eating through their tires are probably going to end up having to stop again, which isn't necessarily the most ideal thing in the world for them. So if we hold on to our tire life comparable to the medium tire cars, who are definitely going to the end here, I will overtake all of these cars when they don't have like when they stop for their pit stops. Of course, the alternative is that during a hard defend, Ricardo gets crashed into, and then we don't see much of a difference.
I don't think we can do much more.
Fine. So we're in a different. I think we're in a different race from these guys, all things considered. Like we can see after one lap, we have already eked out 6% tire life difference, and we can see people like Yuki Tsunoda, Perez, Norris. They're doing a similar strategy to me in really trying to conserve this tire life. So we'll have to see how this goes. Oh, Ricardo on the DRS manages to get past Hulkenberg. And this is really good for us, because the more attacking we make Hulkenberg do, the more we absolutely demolish his tire life, which is going to be better for us because we force an earlier pit stop, and we just keep the advantage to him. Hulkenberg, whether he overtakes us or not, I don't think is going to be a threat to us. I think Gasly is going to be our big threat from behind. And Tsunoda is definitely our big threat in front of us. Fine. So with the red flag, the fuel usage calculation becomes irrelevant because we're not going to burn through this much fuel before the end of the race. Alrighty then. We'll see what we make of this. This could be quite interesting because we're quite tantalizingly close to Tsunoda. So if this little three-way battle keeps fighting in the way that they are, we could potentially, if we are lucky, see a 10th place finish for Ricciardo. We would have to be very, very lucky because I'm confident that we could get in front of Yuki Tsunoda. Their car is somewhat comparable to ours, faster. But not considerably so. Russell is going to be a hard ask, but he could make a slip up. He is on a harder, like, compound car. You know, we could really, really see a 10th place here. And Ricciardo is right onto the tail end of this group. So this is exciting. This is exciting. We've got roughly 25 laps of the race still to go. Ooh, exciting! Oh dear, okay. Okay, so yeah, we can see Hülkenberg is continuing to demolish his tires. So after 3 laps, we have close to a 10% tire advantage over them. So given that I'm already marginal, I don't see a world where he finishes the race on these tires. So I think we can write him off. So now we're going to follow Daniel Ricciardo as we try to get DRS. Apparently Hülkenberg did not get the DRS trigger. No, he did. Okay, the game lied to me. The game lied to me. But we're right on the tail of this little group that's gone into a 3-way battle for 9th place. Sorry, a 4-way battle for 9th place. Good grief, what an absolute maelstrom this has become. So there is now a 4-way battle for 9th place with Alonso leading Yuki Tsunoda, George Russell and our own Daniel Ricciardo. It's fast becoming a 5-way battle as Nico Hülkenberg catches up into the back of this train, and Alexander Albon's mechanical fault is actually worsening.
Guys, we're derating. Cost me a lot that time.
So derating, I think, is going to be an ERS issue. So we know he's already riding a gearbox issue, and we now know he's got an ERS issue as well. So this is going to be quite fascinating. We've got George Russell just in front of us. We've got the DRS closing up onto the back of him, but there's nothing else that we can really particularly do here. We have a new fastest lap from Sergio Perez.
Keep the head down.
As we have a side-by-side battle for 2nd place with Lando Norris just stealing it away from Charles Leclerc. Oh, look at that beautiful view. I do love the visuals of this game. It annoyed me the catch fencing was somewhat in the way there. Oh, look at that. Look at that. So the other big exciting thing from my setup change is that I am now 4K gaming. It doesn't really make much of a difference for streaming because Twitch only allows for 1080p streaming at the moment with 2K coming soon. But yeah, in terms of my gaming, I'm now up to 4K. So in terms of my screenshot work, I am pleased to report that I will now be producing some banging high quality screenshots, which I'm very, very excited about. So we're up into 12th place for Daniel Ricciardo. We still have George Russell ahead of us, but we're not really able to make much in the way of considerable gains. And actually, in particular, Nico Hülkenberg has caught up into the back of us, and he has... oh no, he's not. I just forgot how to tell numbers. I was actually looking at Bottas's numbers. But yeah, we've still got a 10% tire life advantage. I think he is now conserving his tires. I think he's realized. So if he is planning on not stopping again on these soft tires, I don't think. Yeah, I think he's going to hit the cliff before the end of this race. So I still think there's a lot of racing still to go. Ricciardo didn't get the DRS there, which allowed Hülkenberg to use his DRS to catch up to him. Ricciardo will get the DRS coming into the start-finish straight, which is now.
Our next one is Hülkenberg.
Or not? Do we have a DRS fault, or is Ricciardo just not using it?
That's okay.
That's slightly annoying. So we lose the place to Nico Hülkenberg, and actually we've got a 1 second drop. I think this'll. I think this'll change. I think we'll catch up to Hülkenberg again, but this little battle here has started to thread out ever so slightly. The exciting battle is for second place between Perez, Norris and Leclerc. We see Lando Norris with his DRS open, but cannot find a way past Perez. And we are fast approaching 20 laps to go here. Exciting times. Aerosmith. Why did it have to be Aerosmith?
Okay, so in front of you is Hülkenberg.
Okay, hopefully Daniel Ricciardo catches into the DRS zone here.
Keep your head down.
I think we do. Oh no. 1 second. Oh, I think we were just outside of it. That's painful. Oh, that's painful. So Hülkenberg gets the DRS. We're within a second, so we get the tow, but no DRS. Let's try and use the tow to catch up to the back of Hülkenberg. If we can stay within a second, we'll get the DRS here. But we can't stay within a second. Ricciardo is dropping back. That is really unfortunate. Is that Iwasa? No, okay, right, that's fine. Oh, this isn't good. Ricciardo needs to do a lot of work to try and catch up into the backside of Nico Hülkenberg. We do still have the tyre life advantage, so I think this is going to come to a head towards the end of this race. Hülkenberg is, like I said, Hülkenberg being in front of Daniel Ricciardo is not really that much of a consequence,
So we just have to,
because Hülkenberg is either going to have to stop again, or he is going to have to finish the race having hit the cliff. So this will do one way or the other. I think Daniel Ricciardo is going to get past. So right now we'll just see what he can do. Ideally, he would get in front of George Russell, hit the cliff, and allow Ricciardo to get past both of them. Yuki Tsunoda being in 10th place isn't ideal for us, because RB are one of our competitors. They're already ahead of us in the championship, but yeah. As we can see, Yuki Tsunoda getting past Fernando Alonso there. Again, not ideal for us, but he does have the softer compound tyre. Does have 10% less tyre life, so again, once we get below 50%, we're going to see this tyre wear issue coming to something of a head, which will hopefully allow the opportunity to back up Alonso and Russell into the path of Daniel Ricciardo. Apparently we're gaining on Hülkenberg, even though we're 2 seconds adrift from him, who does get past...
Keep the head down.
Who does manage to find a way past them. Now, here's the thing. If Hülkenberg gets 10th place, this is a huge problem for us, because as much as Team RB are a close competitor, Haas is a direct competitor. So if they score points and we don't, this is really not good for us in the long run, so we'll need to see how this goes. For the moment, we're holding our own. Bottas isn't catching up and has more than 10% less tyre life than we have, so we're currently happy with this one. We're happy for these guys actually to just keep squabbling and slowing themselves up and burning their tyres. We'll have to see how this goes. It is now a 4-way battle for the lead of this race between Verstappen, Perez, Norris and Leclerc. We are on the long start finish straight where everyone and their dog gets DRS except Verstappen, who is now overtaken by his teammate Sergio Perez, but still manages to hold on to second place. So this absolutely cat and mouse dynamic that we seem to have had this entire race so far seems to be quite determined to continue. There's also a cat and mouse battle for 5th place between Piastri and Sainz, between Stroll and Hamilton for 7th place, and then we start getting into a pair battle between Tsunoda, Alonso, Hülkenberg and Russell, with Ricciardo currently sitting quietly trying to catch up into this. We're going to put Daniel Ricciardo into top-up mode so that we can use ERS for, say, the last 10 laps of the race. Maybe 8 laps, actually. We'll see. We'll see. So we'll go back into top-up mode. Bottas has taken 1 second a lap out of us, which I'm not too worried about.
You did a very good job.
Because the tire difference is like 11%. And yeah, Hulkenberg is eating tire life. Our tire use is comparable to the hards and mediums. So I'm actually pretty happy about our tire usage performance right now. Yeah, pretty happy about this for sure. For sure. And we also have enough left in the tank that we can just use our tire use in the last lap to hold any gaps that we might be able to build up. I'm guesstimating at this point that the rest of the soft runners, with the exception of Perez and Norris, so I'm confident that Perez, Norris, and Ricardo can go to the end of this race. But I think every other soft tire user is probably going to have to stop again.
Okay.
I mean, they're not. Our tires are super cold. But yeah, I really think we are going to have to... these guys are going to stop again, which means they are going to lose 24 seconds on a green flag stop. If we get a safety car, I would stop as well, for sure. Like, there's not even a single question in my mind. You're sniffing the points. Your face says it all. I might be. We have to make one overtake on merit in order to get the points, because if we lose Yuki Tsunoda and Hulkenberg, that would put us to 11th. So we would still have to make one overtake on merit in order to get into the points. But it's a sniffing distance. Hulkenberg and Russell are absolutely scrapping, which is good. It would be an absolute dream if, like, one of these battles that were going on caused the medium tire runners to eat their tires, but I don't think there's a world where the medium tire runners, even with battling, don't get to the end of this race. I honestly... If I'm honest with you, Mono, I don't think that, points are possible. All of the cars that are not going to be pitting again, they're fast cars. I don't see a world where I overtake them. Never say never, but I don't see it happening. Ooh, Hamilton. Lewis Hamilton takes fastest lap of the race. Good for him. Also, Mono, wait, hang on, where's the camera? There it is. Yeah, you see my Star Trek collection I was showing you the other day. You understand, but it's a singular position rather than two. Yeah, it's certainly possible. It's certainly possible to become very, very, very close to it. I just don't see it actually happening, is all. But yeah, now with the change of camera angle from here looking backwards to here looking across, yeah, you can see my nice little nerdy Star Trek collection. Actually, wait, Alexa, display on. Ah, that still works. Oh, actually that looks quite nice. I was worried that if I put those lights on behind, it would like really like drown out the visuals of me and cause a silhouette, but yeah. But they're still not discernible. Still like a sweet ice cream that sits behind glass. Yeah. Yeah, right. Alexa, display off. Fine. So Bottas is actually now becoming a problem. He has now caught up to within a second of Daniel Ricciardo, which is a smidgen of an issue. It's not an extreme issue, but it's a smidgen of an issue, I'll say. He's probably going to sail past because he is going for another stop again. You do like the new setup, both in front and behind the camera, and glad you're pleased with it. Yeah, it's quite nice.
Okay. Alrighty.
because I kept on missing chat before, because like before I would be
So
looking
we keep
at a
focusing
game,
on the pace.
and my chat window was over here, and it wasn't big enough to, you know, it wasn't discernible enough for me to notice it and then look to see it. But instead, my chat window is like, so my game's here, my chat window's just here. So all I have to do, like, I can see it very clearly in my peripheral vision, and all I have to do is like glance my eyes, and I can read chat now. So it's good. It's good. It's good. It's good. It's good. Fine, so Bottas did get past. We can use the DRS to follow him. As you can see, we've now got 20% tire life advantage on these guys.
We're happy
So
with tires.
these guys are definitely going to have to pit again. And actually, we're starting to see Perez eat his tires quite a fair bit, actually. To the point that I'm not that confident that Perez isn't going to have to pit again. I mean, 20 seconds is probably going to put him... So 24 seconds is going to put him out around Bottas's level.
And in front of you is Bottas.
Yeah, I don't... I think it's painfully close to points
Just
without us actually having any points. Ocon just took damage. Oh no, it's a mechanical fault. Huh, what happened there?
Okay, yeah, I have no power, guys.
Oh, no power. That sounds like an engine issue, perhaps? Maybe? Possibly? And Zhao is in the pit, so now we are starting to see some of these soft tire runners diving in for pits. Yeah, so I was quite confident that Norris and Perez were going to go until the end of this race. I'm confident that Norris can. I am not honestly very sure that Perez is going to be able to make it until the end of this race. I really don't think this is the case anymore. We're 15 laps to go. We are still holding on quite well to the back end of Bottas. Bottas is still absolutely munching tire like nobody's business, and this allows us to use the DRS to try and catch up onto the back of Hülkenberg, which is definitely good. Definitely good. Oh wait, whoa! I missed it. Ricardo got past. Was that? Yeah, that was coming at the end of the DRS zone. Okay, I didn't have that one on my bingo card at all. Let's watch how that happened. I think this is just going to be a nice straightforward DRS pass. Indeed it is. We saw the tail end of the DRS closing there. Sneak down the inside, a little bit of wheel to wheel. That's absolutely fine. It's only not fine if the wheels come off.
Alrighty. Nice.
Nice. I wish it recorded more than one overtaking line for each driver. So, yeah. Okay. Alright. So we're starting to see some of the hard-tired cars dive into the pit lane here. I wonder if we'll see Bottas come in, that this takes the pressure off of Daniel Ricciardo just a little bit. And yeah, at the lead of this race, this is going to be absolutely fascinating to see if Perez comes in, because he ruins this race if he pits again, but then he probably ruins his race if he hits the cliff as well. So yeah, this is going to be absolutely fascinating. We see Valtteri Bottas having the DRS open, and that is going to be a fairly straightforward DRS pass. He isn't trying to conserve his tires in the same way that we are. I'm actually low-key, he is the lowest tire percentage driver, so I think he is going to dive into the pits this lap. So it'll be curious to see what Logan Sargent does with fresh rubber coming out of the pits. We'll really have to pay attention to that one. So Ricardo is going to get the DRS here. He is going to steal his way down the inside. And are we going to see Valtteri Bottas come into the pit lane here? We might. But he stays out.
Good job.
He's getting dangerously close to the cliff. Dangerously close to the cliff. Interesting. We see Ocon dive in here. So when Logan Sargent runs out his lap, we will see what his times look like compared to Ricciardo, because there is still a slight possibility that these guys who go on to the softer tires, if they do like, you know, maybe 3 seconds a lap faster than Ricciardo, 3 seconds is unlikely because that would put them at fastest lap territory, but that would allow them to really close up on the guys in front of them. So coming over the line, do we get a time? Oh, no, okay, we don't get a time. Oh, fuck me, I guess. Fine. So Bottas is still holding on to the back end of Daniel Ricciardo, but isn't really finding a way past. We're within 2 seconds of this now. Yeah, this is going to be quite interesting. I'm really the next 12 laps are going to be furiously interesting. Now I am using fuel slightly faster than I thought I was going to be.
Bottas in your DRS.
So I may end up having to conserve fuel. And here comes Yuki Tsunoda. Yuki Tsunoda is into the pits. So this is going to be a free place for Daniel Ricciardo. Valtteri Bottas, let's see what he does this lap. And he's coming into the pits as well. So that frees up Daniel Ricciardo. Hülkenberg is definitely going to have to stop again. They're going for another set of softs, which makes sense. We're still waiting to see what these new tire rubber guys do. Yeah, Hülkenberg is going to stop again, which is going to take us up into 11th place. Unfortunately, the gap between Russell and I is like 5 seconds. So I'm not really sure there's a world where I catch this up. I think what is really going to be interesting is where Perez comes out, because I still think Perez is going to come out probably between George Russell and Daniel Ricciardo. So depending on exactly, like, if Perez has, if Perez has a slow stop, then that could be really fascinating. Really fascinating. Okay, so these guys are coming back at 1 to 2 seconds a lap faster than Daniel Ricciardo. So with only 10 laps to go and a stop time being 24 seconds, I don't think that's going to be enough. I don't think that is going to be enough for them to overtake cars and find a way past. Bottas has gone onto the mediums. Huh. That's an inspired choice. That is a really inspired choice. Okay, so next up in our order is Hülkenberg, who's either going to be pitting here. He does pit here. Curious. Curious. So with 10 laps to go, it's all eyes on Perez, really, to see if he can survive the end of this race on wounded tires. So Lando Norris with his soft tires is in the lead of this race, followed by Sergio Perez on a very watch and see set of soft tires. He just sneaks down the inside to take the lead of this race. Charles Leclerc is in third with Verstappen on his own in fourth place. Oscar Piastri is in fifth place, fighting off Carlos Sainz. Lewis Hamilton is on his own in 7th, with Stroll fighting off his teammate Alonso. George Russell is on his Starman in 10th place, with Ricciardo now up to 11th after the pit stop. Yuki Tsunoda is on a new set of soft tyres, and he is actually going to pose a risk to Daniel Ricciardo, because he's probably going to be 2 seconds faster than Ricciardo. Which is going to allow him to close down this distance probably before the end of this race. So that's going to be quite frustrating to have to deal with. The damaged Alexander Albon is in 13th, followed by Nico Hülkenberg on a fresh set of softs. Bottas is on his fresh set of mediums, and Gasly just finds his way up into 16th place, with the now damaged Iwasa in 17th. Ocon 18th from Sargent, Magnussen and Zhao, with Aerosmith being currently our only retiree of this race. So yeah, I have a fear that we are going to see a phenomenal lap time from Yuki Tsunoda here. And yet, with 10 laps to go, I don't think I see a world where Perez makes it to the end of this race. I really don't. I was on the fence before, but And the soft tires generally go through 2 to 3% of their tire life per lap, unless you're on hardcore conserve. But even if it drops 1% per lap, I don't see a world where we get to the end of this, where Perez gets to the end of this race. So the question is, after 24 seconds, it puts him between 9th and 10th. Okay, fine. So because things have strung out quite a lot. Yuki Tsunoda is doing 2 seconds a lap faster, so he is going to catch us up within 3 laps, which means Daniel Ricciardo has 7 laps to defend. So when Tsunoda gets to the, in fact, you know what we're gonna do? We're going to go to balanced fuel.
I'm ready, sorry, we need a bit of lift off where you can.
We're going to kill our engine. We're going to kill our engine, we're going to conserve our fuel use, and when Yuki Tsunoda gets to about 1.5 seconds to go, we are going to send it with ERS, we're going to send it with fuel, we're not going to send it with tires, and we're going to see where we can get to before the end of this. Yeah, look at that, it's barely been 1 lap, and Perez has taken 3% out of the life of those tires, so... yeah, Perez is definitely stopping again. Yuki Tsunoda right now on his fresh rubber is our threat. He is consistently doing 2 seconds a lap faster, so he's going to take 1 more lap to catch us up, and then in half a lap after that he is going to be absolutely sniffing our rear wing, which isn't necessarily the most ideal thing for us. So this is going to have to be a very spirited defense from Daniel Ricciardo. Yeah, I'm just looking at the tire use statistics. I don't think, yeah, the medium tire guys are definitely going to the end. Norris, I'm fairly confident, can make it to the end. Perez is definitely stopping again. Perez is definitely stopping again. And Pierre Gasly's picked up a mechanical fault. Where's Gasly? Gasly's there, that's interesting. I don't really care enough. I don't really care enough to see what it is. Okay, here we go. Let's eat ERS and let's once again push with our fuel use. Because Yuki Tsunoda is now within 1 second. He is now within DRS zone. Here. So let's do what we can to try and keep him behind. The more tire use that we force him to use to keep him behind us, then the better this is going to be. He may try and sneak down the inside here, and actually he does. I maybe should have used the ERS a bit earlier than that one. Can Daniel Ricciardo keep within DRS range? If we could get back in front of him...
Yep. This is my pace.
This would be huge. Oh, he thinks about the inside, but that doesn't work. And Tsunoda sets the fastest lap of this race. Wow, okay, I can't argue with losing the position to that. Fastest lap of the race, wow. He is probably going to end up leaving us for dust here. And I can't massively be too mad about it. Yep, he has. He's left us for dust. Okay.
You focus on your race.
Well then, there we go. So Iwasa is in the pit again. And Perez is about to hit the cliff here. And he dives into the pits. He does dive into the pits. Yeah, this is a horrible time for the ad break because we're in the closing stages of this here race. God damn it. Okay, where is he going to come out? It's a good stop from Perez. He's got the whole pit lane still to go. And Albon's mechanical fault, I think, is terminal. I think it's gone terminal. Now, can he make it back to the pits, or is he going to stop on track? He seems to still be going. But yeah, no breakdown on track. Yeah, I think he is going to make it back to the pits. If indeed he does make it back to the pits, he might not actually pit. No, he's staying out. He is staying out. Okay, this is huge. What is happening to Albon's car?
And
Jesus.
yeah, a terminal failure. absolutely gutting.
It's not that terminal, he's still going. But this is interesting because this race could still finish behind the safety car, which is, and yeah, oh, okay. So we can no longer use any more fuel.
Give us more lift off, please.
Understood.
I'm actually going to top up ERS. So as we can see, Tsunoda has used so much of his tires. Yeah, if he keeps this up, this is going to be quite interesting. Perez came out 6th, which actually isn't too bad for Perez. Okay. As we said, it came tantalizingly close to points, but yeah, I doubt it was ever going to happen. It's going to be interesting to see Alexander Albon, though, because yeah, he may actually break down on track if this issue becomes like just completely gridlocked. S2 will be a point season. Hey, we've got points this season, Mono. We've got points this season. I can't argue with our performance too far, but because before the game absolutely broke down on me, it took us to much later in the season before we started seeing points. So I'm quite happy with our performance so far. So Hulkenberg behind is doing 2 seconds a lap faster than us, but at 10 seconds adrift, it's going to take him 5 seconds. So he could still be a threat towards the end of the race. But for just now, I think we are generally okay. And now I'm quite curious to see how this goes, because having been so confident that Lando Norris was going to finish this race without another pit stop, I actually think that I am going to be the only soft tire car to not double stop. Which I still think was the right call. I know that we have lost the place to Yuki Tsunoda, but yeah, I still think it's the right call, because I wouldn't have been able to stay competitive with those cars on a double stop strategy. My advantage has come from not losing those 24 seconds for another pit stop. Yeah, Norris is stopping again. Norris is definitely stopping again. It's either this lap or next, but he's stopping again, probably this lap. Because he's going to lose this to Charles Leclerc. And I think barring further incident or accident, this is going to see Charles Leclerc win this race, I think. Verstappen is too far behind, and Sainz is definitely too far behind. In fact, Sainz might lose what will eventually become 3rd place to Perez, who stopped for his fresher rubber. So Albon, to me, reported as having 2 terminal faults, but is still going. And here we go, Lando Norris has hit the cliff, so he is holding up Charles Leclerc now. Damn, son. Look at that Formula 1 car. I was gonna say I want to try and get a nice one of these guys racing away. Yeah, I don't think this game truly understands what terminal in terminal error means, terminal fault means. It means park it up or break down on track, but the fact that Albon's still going is a bit curious. Russell and Tsunoda are side by side for 10th place, and I actually want Russell to win here, because Tsunoda not getting any points is absolutely ideal, and also if they two can keep slowing each other up, that would also be fantastic. And Norris is indeed in the pits, so where does he come out in comparison to Perez? So Perez is going to come around this corner. So Norris is relegated to 4th, Perez goes up into 3rd, 6th. Yeah, I think he's definitely going to come out in front of Hamilton. Yeah, he comes out right behind his teammate Oscar Piastri, and with a fresher set of soft tyre, yeah, Norris is going to have no qualms at all about absolutely burning rubber to get past his teammate. He will probably get onto the back of Perez to fight him for 3rd place before this race is out. And for just now, for once, the top runners are pretty well sorted. So Leclerc in 1st, 5 seconds ahead of Verstappen, who is 8 seconds ahead of Perez, who is 3 seconds ahead of Sainz. Piastri is 1.5 seconds behind in 5th, but about to get rapidly overtaken by Lando Norris. Hamilton is on his own in 7th place, with Alonso 8th, fighting off his teammate Lance Stroll, and indeed losing the place to Lance Stroll, coming out of the first DRS zone. George Russell is half a second behind Yuki Tsunoda, who's trying to hold on to the last points place in 10th place, and Daniel Ricciardo is 10 seconds adrift. Hulkenberg is 6 seconds adrift of Ricciardo, with Bottas 2 seconds behind. The damaged Gasly 10 seconds adrift of him, with the terminal Gasly 6 seconds behind that. 6 seconds behind is Ocon, and then Sargent is 18th, then Magnussen, Zhao and Iwasa. So that's how the race order shapes up just now, and we can see Hulkenberg hunting us down. Absolutely hunting us down. Right now we are just trying to hold our own, trying to let Hulkenberg burn his rubber best we can. You mean consistently, right? That makes a little bit more sense there, Mono. That makes a little bit more sense. So if I've got 3 laps to go...
Okay.
Oh, 4 more laps, apparently. God damn it, the crash had to happen to one car, shame that it had to happen to mine. So I think we're going to learn our lesson from before, and when we get to 3 laps to go, we're going to start burning the resources that we... Sorry, 3 seconds behind. We're going to start burning the resources that we have to try and keep Hulkenberg behind. Because we, a second and a half, we were too late to stop Tsunoda keeping behind us. But we need to see what we can do here. We're quite slow compared to people like Russell. But yeah, we'll need to see how this goes. Let's keep an eye on this fight. Well, it's not really a fight for 3rd place. As I predicted, Norris did get past Sainz and is behind Perez. It's now going to be up to Norris to try and hunt down Perez, who is 8 seconds ahead of him. This is going to be a hard ask while fighting off a Ferrari, but I think, barring an incident, that Leclerc and Verstappen are secure in their 1 and 2 positions. Gasly's mechanical faults have worsened, which is interesting. Fine. Let's keep our eyes on Daniel Ricciardo, and we're just going to time skip through this. So we're within the 3-second mark. With Hulkenberg is still pulling 2 seconds a lap faster than Ricciardo. And here we go, we're at 2 seconds. So Daniel Ricciardo,
Oh, you can use the deploy.
shake what your mama gave ya. Alright, we're gonna go up to light tire use rather than conserve. And Perez has now set the fastest lap with a 1:36. He is actually right on the back of Max Verstappen. I did not expect him to close down that 7-second gap, but yet it has happened. And with Max Verstappen rapidly approaching the cliff on his tyres, we're going to see Perez just sail past, not even... oh no, it was at the end of a DRS zone. So yeah, huge for Sergio Perez to take 2nd of this race. And it is now going to be down to Lando Norris to hunt down Max Verstappen, who is rapidly approaching the cliff. Might be some interesting finale to this one. I don't think we are going to do better than 12th, but we could potentially do worse than 12th. We just have to see how Hulkenberg goes. So right now we are using our ERS, we are using our spare fuel, and we have upped our tyre use to try and maintain this gap to Nico Hulkenberg and force him to use his tyres to keep ahead of us. So we are now equal in lap time, although I don't have any more fuel spare.
Okay, and let's do a small lift off.
I don't have any more fuel spare, so we're going to come off of this one. And we're just going to keep burning ERS until the end of the race to see if we can keep on ahead of Nico Hulkenberg. and see what the script is. So our lap time is now comparable, and the leader is now onto the last lap. So Charles Leclerc is onto his last and final lap, and our driver is on the last lap. So let's go to aggressive tire use, because we don't need to save the tires anymore. We do not need to save the tires anymore. And wow, Perez so fast on his newer set of softs. Not only has he got the fastest lap of this race, he is now on the final lap, right onto the gearbox of Charles Leclerc. Let's see what he can do as he now come into the first of 3 start-finish DRS zones. Sorry, 3 start-finish races doesn't make any sense. He goes for the inside line with his DRS wide open. He is going to get the place to resume the lead of this race. It's going to be all on Charles Leclerc with his older and harder rubber to try and steal it from him, using this big long DRS zone. So this is going to rely on Charles Leclerc getting a good run out of here, and the back marker of Zhao is potentially going to cause havoc with this. We'll need to see. Zhao tries to move over, but thankfully doesn't. Leclerc's rear wing opens, and Perez got the DRS. He got the DRS from the back marker, and that is going to allow him to absolutely secure the lead of this race. So Perez, it is, having stopped in the final 12 laps, is going to come around the final corner to take the lead of this race, take the checkered flag. Max Verstappen is going to come around the corner in 3rd.
Perez has crossed the line first.
To round out the podium, Carlos Sainz will take 5th. And indeed he does. The only other battle that we've got is Yuki Tsunoda having caught up to the back of Fernando Alonso coming out of the final DRS zone. He does take that 9th place, which is great for Yuki Tsunoda. It is not good for Hibble F1, unfortunately. And they're going to come around the final corner onto the start-finish straight for Yuki Tsunoda to take the checkered flag in 9th place, with Alonso in 10th, Russell in 11th as they cross the line, and our Daniel Ricciardo to take 12th place, having maintained that 2-second gap to Nico Hülkenberg.
Confirmed, we're happy with the tires.
Okay. Thank the giddy goose. So Ricciardo takes 12th place,
Okay, we
Hülkenberg 13th, Bottas will take 14th, Gasly limps around to 15th, Albon limps around to 16th, then Sargent, Ocon, Magnussen, and Zhao and Iwasa were a lap down, and Raven Aerosmith unfortunately was a non-finisher this race. Good game, Ricciardo. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. GG's for Ricciardo. So, there we have it.
Sometimes I think you just have to accept that it's not going to be your race.
So that's Aerosmith.
This really is going to be an incredible disappointment for them. A retirement and an opportunity missed.
No stranger to the podium, the Mexican driver now takes his place after another remarkable race.
So this unfortunately means I'm going to have to rebuild her
number
car,
1 of the season, and
which
it's
is a bit
sure to
unfortunate.
provide them with a real confidence boost.
But meh, we can make it work. He looks so
And
fucking
after a hot,
chubby in
sweaty
this.
Miami Grand Prix, I think this is as good a time as any to cool off.
Perez is packing the puppy fat, folks. You know, I don't know if there's something wrong with the graphics settings, but everyone looks slightly everything looks slightly choppy, which I don't like.
It was a strangely mixed weekend for them. We
I've
saw
still got
one
60
driver
frames
put
per
in a strong
second, but,
performance, but it was a different story for the other. Definitely positives there, though.
There we go. There's my X
And
on
with
the
that,
page
our weekend in
for
Miami now draws to a
Aerosmith
close.
dying.
Now the teams will be looking ahead to Imola, where the season progresses with the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix. Get ready
Emilia-Romagna.
for some fierce competition.
He struggled with that one. Okay, so rounding out today's event, we see, so Sergio Perez won the race with quite a good strategy. Daniel Ricciardo gained 4th place, 4 places to finish in 12th, and unfortunately Aerosmith shat the bed and crashed under wet conditions. In the Drivers' Championship, we see no change at the top, but in 4th place, we see Sergio Perez replacing Carlos Sainz for 4th place. Down at the potato end of the grid, there is no change. In the Constructor World Championship, Red Bull extend their lead, RB, not Red Bull, RB, actually, no, well, starting from the top, Red Bull do take a tentative lead in the Constructors' World Championships by just 4 points over Ferrari. Team RB Racing gained 2 points to extend their gap over Alpine, but otherwise there is no change of position. We are still 9th place, which is good for us because that is what we're trying to hold on to. X as opposed to F. Yeah, X. The X just means I don't have to worry about it anymore. So in the top 10 fastest pit stop, we once again do not feature. So in the fastest pit stop championship, we have 9 points. Sauber gains 2 places to take 9th place. We're still 8th. And we only made 1 pit stop under racing conditions, and both of them were pretty shit, all things considered. So we need to work on that one. So Daniel Ricciardo finished 12th, which meant his target of 18th of higher was reached. Aerosmith unfortunately shat the bed, so we only get 400,000 as a race bonus. And that brings us to the end of the Miami Grand Prix. So we finished constructing an underfloor, so let's have a look at our emails here. So we finished doing the underfloor, that's fine. Miami Grand Prix. So our car wasn't suited to the track given its poor low speed performance. Looking at the rest of the grid, our car underperforms on top speed. The Emilia Romagna Grand Prix will need solid medium speed performance, that should be a focus. Our car is one of the worst in the grids in that regard, so this will be a tough one. Our aerodynamic car parts inspection report is also below, blah blah blah. Ricciardo performed well, but it's a shame that Aerosmith didn't finish, yes. We expected to finish 21st and our best finish was 12th, so we're above target. Yeah, boy. Yeah. Update on Williams. Yeah, okay. Fine. So, unfortunately, the front wing and the chassis was destroyed for Aerosmith. Ricciardo is, we're clinging on with 1 point in the Drivers' Championship. We're holding on, boys. We're holding on. Okay, fine. So how long? So we get 1 weekend before the Grand Prix. We've got lots of, we've got a lot of facility upgrades. Fine. Okay, I can live with this one. So the Emilia Romagna Grand Prix is not a sprint weekend. This is fine. I wish I gave you an indicator in this if it was a sprint weekend. What is our next sprint weekend? Our next sprint weekend is Spielberg in Austria. Okay, let's go ahead and well, actually no, let's look at this here. So if we look at our manufacturing, so our side pods rebuild in 1 day. Let's not rebuild her car at the minute. Well, actually no. Fuck it. Okay, let's look at our let's rebuild this. Okay, so change design. So we're gonna do C. Okay, we can't do C2. Because we don't have any yet. So we've got C1 and we've got front wing 1. Sorry, front wing 2. How are we doing for our numbers here? Our engine took a very heavy knock there, so I might put a new engine in Aerosmith's car. ERS is fine for just now. Our gearbox, I think we've got a different gearbox in Aerosmith's car. Actually, Ricciardo's car is holding on quite nicely. I'm quite happy with Ricciardo's car. For aerodynamics, okay, yeah, the side pods are kind of running out of life. But they'll do for just now. They'll definitely do for just now. Okay, fine. So in terms of car parts development, we're making underfloor and suspension, which will not be done before this one. So we did front wing, rear wing, and we're studying side pods. Oh no, we're making side pods. Are we making side pods? Yeah, so we need some chassis. So we need some of these new chassis, and we're gonna do 4 of them. Can I rush this? So what does this give us? This gives us top speed. It gives us more... No, do you know what? We need medium speed performance. Actually, it does give us more medium speed performance. No, do you know what? I can get one anyway because we don't start the Imola Grand Prix. Yeah, okay, fine. No, we'll just do normal. We'll just do normal. If I do intensive... Oh, God. Oh, no, it's emergency. No, fuck that. Fuck that. Okay. Okay, confirm. So let's start this project for 2.2 mil. We'll make some chassis and that will be fine. Wait, can I do more of this stuff? Design research. Wait, do I have engineers available? How many engineers? Oh, I have 3 engineers available. Oh god, we only put 1 engineer on this? I might just change that one. Yeah, I didn't realize we weren't... I didn't realize we weren't dedicating all of our engineers to that. Okay, that was a bit of a problem. We will be getting factory level 2 soon, which I'm pretty happy with. Oh, we've got 3... Okay, in terms of our staff, let's look at our drivers. So, Ricardo's currently doing okay. He's enthusiastic, and as is Pierre Hamlin, they're doing quite well. Aerosmith is not currently a team player, so we need to sort that at some point. Okay, I don't think I really have anything else to do. So manufacturing is... Hang on, stop. Okay, so the memorabilia room has been upgraded to level 2. We're working on the helipad. We're working on the tour center. Race simulator we are currently working on. Scouting department I don't really care about because we're pretty happy with our drivers just now. How much is it going to cost to upgrade the team hub? 1,500. Fuck. How does that put us for the cost cap? Oh, we still have 99 million of the cost cap remaining. I do want, yeah, I do want the team hub upgraded. I don't care about scouting, but things that allow my drivers to develop a bit better. How's your weather center? Our weather center is currently okay, but it's really quite expensive to upgrade it. Yeah, it's really quite expensive to upgrade it. How does a refurbish work? In terms of car development, I would love to upgrade this stuff, but it's all so fucking expensive. And I don't have the money yet. This is all going to be end of season stuff. Fine. Scouting I don't care about. Fine, yeah, okay. Ooh, inbox. I mean, we're at... Oh, okay, so we've upgraded the memorabilia room, so the upkeep is slightly more. But the mentality goes to 4%, team attractiveness to 10, and team marketability doubles, so that's huge. The factory upgrade is done, so we can now do 3 projects, along with increased development speed. So I'm pretty happy with that one. Let's go to our factory, actually. So car parts development. Let's go to our factory. So what do we need right now? So front wing... We have 5, and ideally we need 6. Underfloor, side pods. Okay, I think we go ahead and pick up a single front wing, which we'll do for cheap. Nice. So that'll give us a front wing. Oh yeah, and you can see this is huge. Actually, do you know what? If we'd rushed this, we'd been able to do both cars with this, but nah, fuck it, it is what it is. Okay, fine, so we now have an upgrade. Ooh, so the helipad is upgraded, and... So the chassis is low stock, but that's fine. We're working on that one. Helipad is upgraded, so it's got slightly more upkeep. It's got sponsor target payout, so we get an extra 2% bonus. We double our marketability again, and we increase our marketability, so that's huge. Let's do a sponsorship plan. So this nets us some money. What is this music? Okay, so let's do our sponsorship plan. So our target isn't met, so let's go ahead and do some stuff. Let's see. So staff performance rating. Okay. Pit crew fatigue, I don't necessarily want. Pit crew fatigue, I don't want. Engineer team. Engineer team, I could take. Simulator effectiveness, I can take. Scouting, unavailable, that's absolutely fucking fine. Weather center, I don't want to lose the weather center. I think I'm gonna have to pick a driver. Eesh. I think if we do a post-race debrief... Yeah, okay, I think the only way I'm gonna actually make this is if I do... Okay, let's just bully our staff. No, okay, the target's not met. Shit, okay. Alright, I'm gonna have to throw Daniel Ricciardo to the sporting gods. Oh no, my target's still not fucking met! Are you fucking kidding me? Target is exceeded by 1 point. Okay, so this allows me to still develop. Fine, okay. Oh no.
Squeg SQUEGG Squeg SQUEGG Squeg SQUEGG Squeg SQUEGG Squeg SQUEGG Squeg SQUEGG Squeg SQUEGG
Wait a minute.
Squeg SQUEGG Squeg SQUE.
I'm sorry it cut you off, Beans. Thank you so much for the resubscription though. And hang on a minute, that's friggin' huge. Yeah, today she can say squag. I'm not sure why that is. Wait a minute. Hang on a minute. I'm going to hang on. Hold the fucking HUD. Hold the fucking HUD. Hold the fucking HUD. Oh Jesus. Ah, Slice, thank you so much for the resub as well. You forgot to put a message. You want your sub back so you can resub. I don't think I can unsub you, but you can gift a sub. You can gift a sub. Sorry, I'm still thinking my camera is on top of my monitor, and the top of my monitor is up here. So I keep looking up here expecting a camera, but you're over here now because of my thing. It didn't give me the option. Aww. I'm sorry, Slice. Become a subscriber. I have to give you that back because I can't make you a subscriber when you're already a subscriber. Yeah, you did. You got hella squagged there. Alright, hang on a minute. You're gonna make me. Channel, Twitch, need to give you your channel points back. Yeah, become a subscriber only works when you are not already a subscriber. I think it's because it was Prime subscription. Beans, thank you for the hydrate. I mean, it is alcohol, so it's not that much hydrating, but you know, it works. It works. I don't know if I'm necessarily reading this right, but Mono, did you thank you for the gifted sub to Noswolf. Did you forget to put a text-to speech in as well? You're coming into your Discord next time you're caught slipping and sending you squags that way. You know, one of these days I'm probably gonna need to do like a squag cooking stream. I'll need to go to Apathy Badger's house and steal a squag maker and like do a squag cooking stream. For real, it isn't giving you the option. I don't fucking know how it works. I know it. Ask Beans. Ask Beans. He did it. I wonder if it was because it doesn't end until the 16th. Suggest a poll. Oh god, you're gonna make me have to remember how to do a fucking poll. Mono, you do moderation stuff. Oh, hang on a minute. Hang on. Alright. So what's a trag? Are you doing it, Mono, or do you want me to do? Triangle. Oh god, that's even... Well, no. Yeah, okay, fine. It's like a pyramid egg. Slice, ask Beans how to do it. If you ever want to do text to speech without doing a full resub, you can do a bit redemption, but I forget how it works. But if you do like a 100-bit fucking hell, Jesus Christ. If you do a 100-bit redemption, it gives you text to speech. Anything less than that, and it doesn't. But that is slightly more acceptable than a resub, because a resub's what, like £4 or something. But a 100-bit redemption is just £1, I think. I can't remember how Twitch does its conversion. Not that I'm suggesting necessarily that you pay me, but if you want to do silly things with text to speech, that is effectively how you do it. What am I looking at here? Otherwise, wait, hang on, Jesus Christ. There we go. There's the poll. Thank you, Mono, for sorting that one. Okay, all right, hang on. I've missed a whole bunch of stuff, so let me just get my, like, hang on, let me unplug this. Let me get my feet up for a hot minute while I sort this. Okay, so it's just Slice having a crisis trying to work out how to do a bit redemption. You're coming to your disc, yeah, Squags. It's not an option when gifting. Ah, I didn't realize that, Mono. So it's only an option when you take out a full sub, but not a gifted sub and not a prime sub. So it's only a full sub to you that it gives you the option, but you can still do the bit redemption method if you don't want to pay £4 for a sub. Your Squag sub doesn't end until 16. Yeah, okay, fine. Right, okay, I'm caught up. No, I'm not caught up. I'm not caught up. Triangle egg. What about a peg? What's a... Actually, I don't want to ask what a peg is. Slice, disregard that question. I know you. Disregard that fucking question. Oh, a pentagon egg. No. Jesus. You're still greasing your... I'm still greasing my yeah into your stream. What the fuck does that even mean, Slice? Pegs is the thing they have clothes with, right? Yeah, that's the only reasonable answer there, Mono. That is the only reasonable answer there. Wait a minute, how the fuck is there 13 votes for Squag and only one for Trag? Or are we talking about a SAGs thing? Only if you objectify me. Yeah, sure. Sure. 6! Ah. Well, you know, Badger, remember Badger, do you remember that day on Discord when to not give the real name, when Eloson made us watch the videos on the ovipositors? You know, I'm now just imagining an ovipositor, but instead of like for eggs, it's for squags, like a square tube, you know. Squagipositor. Yeah, that's exactly what I've got in my head. God, I never want to think about that sentence ever again. Oh, Jesus. 16 for Squag. Yeah, what are we at? Hang on, I need to alt tab to this. How long have we got on the poll? There's 40. Okay, are people just spamming the vote button now? Because it's now 83 and 48. It's gonna be a question of who spams the button the most. Y'all must be able to vote more than once, but I can only vote once. You just dumped all of your channel points into Squag, as Squags are sacred. You're not that committed to Treg, not gonna lie. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, well we're just over the limit for the sponsor plan, so fuck it. Let's do this one. After like 4K you stopped. Fair enough. That makes sense. Well, we're coming to the end of our poll, and it still currently looks like Squag is the winner. For fuck's sake, are we taking an ad break? I feel like the ad breaks are just a little bit too, you know, yeah. 40 minutes doesn't seem like long enough. Sorry, it doesn't, it's yeah. 40 minutes seems like it's too fucking long. There we go. So the poll has ended, and Squags take the victory with 69%. Nice. Nice. And we've got the nices in chats. Jesus Christ. Okay, so we have just upped our race simulator performance. So weekly development goes up to 15%. All things balanced as we should be. Yeah. Ooh. John-Luc Ray. Oh, Jesus Christ. Wait, we tried to hire a broccoli head? So our broccoli head here was one of the drivers who we were quite interested in hiring because their race performance is currently better than Raven Aerosmith. Oh no, it's the same as Raven Aerosmith. And I think he's a lot cheaper than Raven. What's our fucking salary? Salary. Oh yeah, fuck yeah. Versus, who's our other affiliates? So what's your salary? Yeah, okay. I'm more than happy to give him that one. Oh, Jesus Christ. Broccoli Paul. Wait, if you extrapolate outwards, does that mean that wombats have square buttholes? Well, they do shit square poops. Cubic ass cheeks. Wombats are just the incarnation of fucking Minecraft. Maybe wombats just sculpt them post-pooping. They just turn around and boop, 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 boop. Okay, fine. So given what my other affiliate drivers are paid, given his performance, I am more than happy to pay that for him, because this is almost on par with Raven Aerosmith for half the price. So I'm actually quite happy to pay this for Paul. So he wants a salary of 1.6 mil and 0.16. So I am happy to make that counter offer. And that is on the high end of what he'll accept. I might see if we can scale... I might see, actually, can we push the signing bonus up to 200,000? So I'd rather do a one-off payment than a yearly payment. So this'll actually save us 100,000 long term. So let's open to this. Doesn't Binturong poop taste of popcorn? I don't know what poop you've been eating, personally. I don't know what the answer is to that one. Oh, we have a new tour center, so let's see that one. So our tour center gives us no monthly upkeep. It gives us more weekly income and almost doubles our marketability, so very happy with this one. So our design is complete and we have we have something manufactured. So it's 1 day until the race weekend. So let's have a look at our car parts development. So yeah, we can start making this underfloor. And I want 4 of these, so let's pay for this. Wow, we're 11th best on the grid for tire preservation now. That's actually not bad. Okay. How long is it until the ATR resets? Let's have a look at our calendar. So, the research period... I can't remember what the symbol is for it. Oh, so the ATR period isn't for 5 weeks. So I can actually do some pretty considerable research into next season. So let's go ahead and do that one. So let's research. Well, actually, hang on. Let's look and see. Research. Yeah, okay. So let's research a front wing. Oh, I can't do anything. Oh no, okay, I can't do this with it. Fine. Research focus is going to be. Let's just do a balanced preset. And we'll dedicate 4 engineers to this. And that will be done in 4 weeks, so I'm happy to pay for that project. Might not be able to do this much later. Hey, Noswolf. Yeah. Mono dropped you that gifted sub. Fine, okay, let's do this one. So with this all done, let's see where we are. Fine. Okay, so we are gonna get ready for the, what is this, the San Marino Grand Prix? I mean, it shows us Italy, but it's San Marino. Fuck it, it's Imola. Imola. So this is a 63 lap race. Once again, we take this seriously. You know, we've got our little paperwork here. So we need to start Imola's, which I did misspell. Just ignore me. There is a 100% safety car chance, so that's good to know. Green flag pit stops is 28 seconds loss, 17 seconds for green flag. Normal strategy is 1 stop, and the lap record is a 1:15.4. Weather forecast is clear. So let's set up our race targets. So once again, Daniel Ricciardo is going to go for 18th place, and we did not finish that race. I think 20th is possible. I don't want to do 21st because we lose out on 100,000. But it is time to get started with the Imola Grand Prix.
Welcome along to Italy, and welcome along to Imola. Just outside Bologna in northern Italy, Imola hosts the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix, named after the region it sits in. Surrounded by woodland, this iconic track is rich with Formula One history and the legends of those who raced here.
Red Bull have outscored their rivals to be at the top of the constructors' table right now. But all the teams are fighting hard, and there's everything to play for.
It's shaping up to be a great weekend, so don't go anywhere.
Alright. Fine. Let's see what the script is here. So because this isn't a sprint weekend, I want to put our development drivers into the car. And I actually also want to, car parts. On Daniel Ricciardo's car, I want to put in the new chassis. Now, if this goes wrong and we crash, I will need to replace that, but I want to start building experience with that one. We've got the new side pods. I can actually put that on both cars. Underfloor, I don't have any new underfloor. I don't have any new suspension, so this is fine. So in our other car parts, let's put on the new side pods. Okay, alright, we can work with this. So we'll do this one. So yeah, our car parts knowledge does decrease quite significantly, but it is time to get started with practice. Okay, here we go. So we're gonna send our drivers out basically just as is. We're gonna get the cutscene. I really don't like that the car number keeps changing. I don't like that the car number changes depending on what driver is in it, because this should be car number 3. Although it's not Daniel Ricciardo who's driving, this should still be car number 3 because it's Daniel Ricciardo's car, which is car number 3. And this one should still be car number 60 because that's Aerosmith's number, and it's 66. Like that math don't track. And we're just gonna time skip our way through this because all we're interested in is watching this number tick up. So we've got, oh, yeah, okay, I don't care. Yellows, virtual.
Keep temperature in the tires.
Why is there a virtual?
Virtual safety car. Stay close to the reference.
The Ferrari has actually fucked it. What's the Ferrari crashed into? It says multiple cars has crashed. Oh, they fucked it. Ah, they fucked it. You wouldn't have. I don't. Well, maybe you would have a virtual safety car in practice. I don't know. In a, this would just be a red flag. In a normal race. So Bierman's retired. It is a virtual safety car. Don't care about tire temperatures. And Colapinto has got a grid penalty. Although to be fair, there isn't really he's not going to be in the car, so there's not going to be a thing there. But that does mean that Colapinto can't retire. Bierman did make it back to the pits apparently, so that's good. Yellows again. Please don't be one of my drivers. Oh, Porcher?
Quick feedback.
Okay, Azevedo has finished her
Yeah,
run.
copy that.
So let's get her back into the pits. And that means Brant's about to finish her run. His run. Porcher? Yeah, I think so. I think that's how you pronounce his name. I'm about 3% sure of that one. Okay, let's just slam this in the middle. Let's just slam you over here. Let's put you over there. Okay, that's a good run. So 47%, let's get that running. Azevedo has always been a lot better than Brandt at gaining the feedback. So let's get Brandt in. That's Rich coming from you. What? What did I do? Also, we're at 69% setup knowledge. Nice. Okay, here's Brandt coming in. You can put your limiter on. Oh, look at that schmexy Formula 1 car. I'm really happy with how the Hibble livery turned out. Really happy with how the Hibble livery turned out. Okay, let's reconfigure this. So we'll basically do the same as what we did for our other car. Good enough for government work. The wordplay whoosh sound is loud today. No, I mean it's not. Okay, Mono. It's not that it's going over my head. It's just that you know me. I do not remember what I say. The second that I have said it, it leaves my brain, and I don't remember what I said. So you know, if you say something like, "Oh, you know, that's rich coming from you," I don't know what that's in reference to. I don't remember what I just said. You need to qualify it with what I said, otherwise I won't remember. The wordplay is literally in the sentence that you typed above. Oh, I thought you were talking about the rich. It's rich coming from you. Yeah, I know about the poor chair. Then what's the it's rich coming from you about? That's what I don't get. Per rich. Ah, okay. I beget you. So for those of you who may be new to the channel that might be wondering why I'm being absolutely so fucking stupid, I do actually have short-term memory loss. So I really struggle with my memory recall. So my ability to recall things that have just happened is like 0, basically. So, you know, I live in the moment, but never... I do not live like 1 second behind what the moment was, because that's already forgotten. Which is a smidgen of a problem, but you know, it is what it is. Okay, we're now on stint 2 for our drivers. We had 41% roughly for both cars, so let's try and up this a little bit. See if we can't get a better run out of both of our drivers. I think we're still on light tire use, so hopefully I get to conserve these tires. Do you know what's great? I love that I am just raising your blood pressure, Mono. Presenting MS50 first dates, IRL. which I presume you haven't seen. Yes, you're correct. You are correct. So the other rule of thumb about me is if you ever have to ask, have you seen or have you watched? The answer is no.
Yeah, copy that.
Miss 51st Dates. Yeah, no, I definitely haven't seen that one. Okay, so we've gone up to 78% on this now, which is good. So we need to tweak this front wing back a little bit. Tweak that rear wing back. Let's play about with the anti-roll distribution. Ugh. Eesh. Don't know that I like that. Okay, let's bring this into here, and then let's muck around with this, and then let's play about with the toe. Okay, I can't really play with the toe so well. Ugh. Okay, this will do for just now. I'm not so confident on this as a run, but we'll see how it goes. Brandt has finished his stint. So we'll get him in and we'll get him all reconfigured. So this front wing scaling can come back. This rear wing scaling can also come back. The traction... Oh, we've got much better insight into our traction here. Can I actually fix this with toe? I think I can actually. Let's bring the toe up a little bit. Okay, let's try this as a result. So we'll get our drivers out for one final stint. They'll basically see the checkered flag on this. Fine.
Keep your tire hot.
Keep your tires hot. Alright, let's just fast forward through this. Don't worry, we're not going to be doing live the next practice session. Basically what we want is we want our drivers to build up as much of these little tick marks as possible before the checkered flag comes out. I think Azevedo will get to 4, maybe 5. I think Brandt will only get to 3 before the checkered flag comes out. We'll have to see. So we're coming up to 4. Come on. Come on, Azevedo, come on. Okay, we're at 4, we're at 4, we're at 4. And there's the checkered flag. So neither of our drivers are taking them yet. Okay, fine. Fine. We are done. So as we round out the end of practice number 1, Max Verstappen takes the lead with a 1:16.0. Our drivers are pretty low down the order, but we have gained quite a lot of car parts knowledge, which we're pretty happy with. And so now we move on to practice number 2. So we get our regular drivers back into the car here. In terms of the run, so we are 1.6 kg per lap. Which means I have my fuel ratios. So I'm pretty happy with this. Okay, let's look at the setup and see what we can improve for Daniel Ricciardo. So our straight line performance is spot on. It's the rest of our stuff that we need to worry about. I think we can bring this back. And then can I use... Oh no, okay, no, let's revert this. Okay. So let's bring our... Oh, hang on a minute, hold the fucking phone. Okay, now we bring the traction back to about here. And the anti-roll distribution. No, okay, let's just try this for a hot minute. Fine, we'll try this for a minute and see how we go. We're not actually going to do this session. I'm reasonably happy with 78% as a foundation. Oh, perfect. Okay, that's pretty nice, but we don't know about this and this. Okay, fine. I might just leave this set up as it is. This might be very close to 100. Okay, fine. Let's go ahead and simulate this session. So we're gonna go through here. So continue. So we're gonna skip straight on to practice 3. Oh, 90. Okay, the AI did really freaking good with this. What I want to do is I want to use our rear wing. I want to bring this back here to optimal. And then I want to use... grip. Okay, that's close to perfect. That's perfect. That's perfect. That's fine. What can I do with toe? Okay, I'm reasonably happy this is a 100%. I actually don't. I don't need to run this setup. Yeah, I actually don't need to run this round. I thought I was gonna have to, but I don't have to run this round. So we can skip right through this in order to get to qualifying.
Hello and welcome to the much anticipated qualifying session.
Qualifying at Imola can be a tricky red flag strewn affair. Teams need to prioritize getting a banker lap in, rather than risk leaving it too late and having to settle for a subpar time.
And we've got Daniel Ricciardo there, Karun. How do you think he'll be feeling going into this one?
I'll say this, it's always a pleasure seeing a confident driver take to the track. Being in the right frame of mind is a real advantage.
Hold on tight, because we're getting underway.
Alrighty, it is time for qualifying. Okay, fine. So let's go ahead and see what our setup performance was. So our biggest issue here was with the cornering, which I'm not too sure I can improve upon. No, I don't think that's better than 97. I think we just keep our drivers where they are, to be honest, all things considered. Okay, fine. Fine, okay. Let's go ahead and start the qualifying and see if we can get to it in qualifying. See what the script is here. So we'll send our guys out for a banker lap just now.
Fuck is green.
As the warning gave us, the presence of red flags here do typically mean that we can potentially have qualifying ruined by a red flag. Oh, these guys are gonna get so shafted by cars coming out the pit lane. Oh no, actually, okay. That worked quite well, although Zhao does block us a bit. Which isn't necessarily ideal.
You need to stay negative in your in-lap, please.
Oh, Zhao took damage at something. Not gonna lie, you've always had a dislike for Imola. Why have you had a dislike for Imola? Why, oh why have you had a dislike for Imola? Because, yeah, I was about 60% sure that you were going to mention Ayrton Senna, yeah, okay. I mean, as a racetrack on its own, you know, Imola's fun to drive, But that weekend where Ayrton Senna died was horrific for motorsport. In free practice, Rubens Barrichello very almost lost his life in a horrific qualification, in a very horrific incident. There was another driver, I feel so terrible, I forget his name, and he died during qualifying, to the point that Ayrton Senna, as the head of the drivers, like the drivers union almost, was like, I don't want this race to go ahead with this track this dangerous. And of course, during the race, it was Ayrton Senna that did lose his life. Was it Reinhardt? Ratzenberger, yeah. I knew it was something Burger. I knew it was an R something Burger. Yeah, Roland Ratzenberger, yeah. Yeah, that was a horrific weekend for the world of motorsports. But on its own, yeah, on its own, Imola is a fun track. I do enjoy racing on Imola, but yeah, I understand the connotations behind it. All right, let's. What do you mean I can't? For fuck's sake! I hate when it does this. Alright, let's get our guys out for their second run. You were 16 at the time and very into F1 and World Rally Championship. Also, the way it was handled at the time was dog shit, yeah. Yeah, I think before we got into the 2000s, like, severe injuries and deaths in motorsport were just like, they were very much part and parcel of the thing. I was like, oh well, that happened. It happened, it's racing, it's happened. And like, even now, deaths in motorsport do happen. It is still a dangerous sport, but I think we have a much more, you know, revered approach to life. And like, you go back to the 50s and 60s, and there was a fatal incident on track, you wouldn't even red flag that. And safety cars didn't exist before the 90s. So, you know, like, you would just have like a yellow flag, one man waving one yellow flag, despite the fact that somebody had lost their life. We have a much better tolerance for life now, I think, than certainly we did before. But yeah. Alright, let's see what we can do with our times here. Let's go to the sector view. Fastest. Oh, sorry, faster. So our drivers are going to come in now. And we'll get one more stab at this. So we reconfigure what tires have got left. Okay, these tires are slightly newer. So we're happy with this. Sorry, you don't mean to kill the mood. No, I didn't kill the mood at all. I mean, when you're at Imola, it's a very poignant yet prudent point to talk about. Okay, grip's very high. It's not gonna get any higher. I think we just get our guys out before. We'll see what these guys can do in tandem. So Aerosmith improves, but it's not enough. Ricardo doesn't improve. And this is end of qualifying for us. We can't get these guys back out again. Let's see what the script is. Hey, we made it into Q2 again! It's been 30 years. You would think one would be effing over it now. Yeah, I mean, you say that, but I mean, Ayrton Senna was a true legend of the sport. It's not so often that like true legends come by. Because like, people can be good. People can be so good that they win the world championship. but that doesn't necessarily make them a legend, because they have to have everything. They have to be consistently amazing. They have to be a good personality. Well, not necessarily a good personality. Not talking about you, Max Verstappen. They don't have to necessarily be a good personality, but they have to be a very strong personality. Okay, so Aerosmith is out, but we do get another stab at things with Daniel Ricciardo. Let's go ahead and put a new set of softs onto Daniel Ricciardo's car. Well, actually, no. Let's do a scuffed set of softs first. Is there any? No, I can't change anything here. Yeah, this is the only place where we're off. I think in theory we could have theoretically changed the front wing angle a little bit to adjust the straight line performance, and then the camber to adjust the rest of it, and then the toe to fine tune it. But I'm happy enough with 97% setup performance. Okay, let's take a stab at Q2. I don't think we're going to do necessarily very well, but let's send Daniel Ricciardo out on a set of scuffed tires to see what we can accomplish. We're gonna overtake Russell here. Yeah, no worries, Mono. No worries. So Russell does not thankfully get in our way. So we set a 113, which is going to build up our performance quite a lot in terms of driver confidence. Yellows. So we get Ricciardo back into the pit lane here. And now we're going to put a fresh set of rubber onto Daniel Ricciardo. No. And then we have to choose when we send him out. I'm only going to send him out on one run because there is a very strong chance that I might need this rubber in this case of a safety car. So we have to choose when we get him out, and I probably want him out as this car, as this grey car here comes into the final corner. So let's watch and be ready, watch and be ready, watch and be ready. Yellows. Something, we don't necessarily know what. Iwasa runs wide. We could still see a red flag, which would take us into Q3. I want to get our driver out now. So we should now have a good gap for Ricciardo to go and play in. Yellows somewhere, not sure why. It was Hamilton had a spin at turn 17. Okay, so Daniel Ricciardo is now on a flying lap. Let's do it at 2x speed and see what it is we work with. So we're hoping for better than a 23, and it is a 23.3. So that puts us faster than Hamilton's fastest lap. And then we're hoping for a 25, so that'll be 58. And it's a 25.0, so that's still faster than Hamilton. And then we'll try again with this one. 25.0, that puts us up into 11th place. Huge.
Charge on in box. Charge on box, box.
So let's see what we can do here. So Ricciardo's back in the pits. I think if I can get one more lap of fuel into him, I might be able to send him out on these tires again and see what we can do. I highly doubt we'll do better than this, but it should be serviceable enough for another run. Let's see. So keep on this set of soft tires. Let's get some more fuel on us. Fuck it, let's go see what we can do, Ricciardo. I highly doubt this will be faster, but it's worth it to take a stab at it. So Ricciardo's coming around, coming into the start-finish straight, and slower sector 2, slower sector 3, take the checker flag, fine. And that does put us last. Okay, so we're 16th. So we have an 18th place start and a 16th place start. Fine, that is good enough for me. So let's continue on to the qualifying 3 results. So Perez is our pole sitter. Daniel Ricciardo starts 16th. Raven Aerosmith starts 18th. And Logan Sargent is the one that carries the penalty, and he will be probably starting from the rear end of the grid.
Not long until we get going here in Italy, with 63 laps of hard-fought motor racing.
Imola can really reward consistency, as Nigel Mansell showed here in 1992 when he became the first driver to ever win the opening 5 Grand Prix of a season.
Imola has no fewer than 4 chicanes, with the Variantes putting a slow-speed corner into every sector around this historic circuit. It's a high downforce track with sharp turns breaking up the straights. The excitement is building, there's electricity in the air, but there's no surprise in that. It's race day.
Hey guys, did you know it's race day? Ah, jeez. The commentary is like quite good, but it's also so silly at times. Okay, fine. So here we are getting ready for the Imola Grand Prix. So we are planning a... Oh, because of the penalty, our guys move up 1. Okay, huge. So we're gonna start with start 15th and 17th. Okay. So the plan here is to do the mediums and the hards. I'm slightly worried about this. Okay, let's underfuel here. So we're going to do what we normally do and underfuel our cars by 1 lap. So that is going to start us off on a minus 1.6, 1.6, 1.6, 1.6. This will allow me to do my fuel calculations once the race gets underway. Okay, I don't love this. I don't love this. So this is plus 9 seconds. What about if we do slow? Yeah, I don't love this. What if we do this? Okay, it seems that this is the better option. Okay. I mean, it is what it is. Okay, so we are going to start on the mediums tire, and then on lap 29, we're going to stop for a set of hards. And Aerosmith is going to start on the hards, and on lap 30... On lap 33, we're going to stop for a set of mediums. I'm not happy about this because we ever so slightly dip into the cliff, which I don't like. I mean, I'm forecasting a lap 62 finish for Aerosmith, so maybe this gets okay. Maybe. Initially, we're going to do pace, fuel, and ERS, and initially pace, fuel, ERS. Fine. In terms of tire use strategy, so we have, in terms of stickers, we have 2 sets of sticker softs. a set of sticker mediums and a set of sticker hards, and those two are accounted for. We have 3 sets of scuffed softs, and then 5 sets of inters and 2 sets of wets, which we will not be using. And for Aerosmith, we're on the wrong screen. So for Aerosmith, we have 3 sets of sticker softs, 1 set of sticker mediums, a set of sticker hards, and then 2 sets of scuffed softs, along with our 5 inters and 2 wets, which we will hopefully not be using this race, but never say never. Okay, fine. So I have my strategy all laid out. Both cars are on opposing strategy. So Ricciardo starts on the mediums and finishes on the hards, and Aerosmith starts on the hard but finishes on the medium. However, there is a 100% chance of safety car on this track, so there is a very good chance that our strategy will get mixed up, and when that situation occurs, we have softs available to bridge any gaps that there might be. So without further ado, it is time to get into the Imola Grand Prix.
Well, it's great to have you with us, folks, as we settle in for the weekend's Grand Prix action. Many people here and at home are wondering what the Haas driver can do.
There's no hiding from the fact that this is going to be a difficult one. P22 and a strong field that won't want to yield.
This should certainly be a good one, folks. The crowd are on their feet in anticipation of this, the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix. And it's lights out, and away we go.
Alrighty, here we go. Let's set our drivers, attack and defend.
So now we prepare for a good defense.
Attack and defend. So Ricciardo's lost a place, and Aerosmith has lost 2 places. God damn it, this is messy. This is really freaking messy. God damn it. Okay, Ricciardo's back up to 15th. We've been able to make that work. Aerosmith is down and lost 2 places to 19th. That's slightly annoying. Oh, I heard tire screech. Somebody's off. What happened there? We got a replay, but then nothing. This is Fernando Alonso.
And there goes the steering.
Oh, and he just runs hell wind and bogs down into the gravel. He is riding the struggle bus like a champion. Yeah, dang. Okay, as we round off towards the end of this first lap, we're going to come off our fuel use.
On a bit of lift over you can, it should help you.
Okay, understood.
And for Daniel Ricciardo, we're going to go on to light tire use here.
We have to protect those tires.
Okay, understood.
Fine. Okay, we now have DRS to be able to back us up, so we're about to come into the first DRS zone here. I think there's only 2.
In front of you, Albon.
One just after the start-finish straight, and then the second one is on the start-finish straight. Bottas is trying to make a move on Daniel Ricciardo, trying to find an inside line on him with his softer tires, but Daniel Ricciardo isn't going to let that happen. Yeah, FM Doctor, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. This is, I think, the first time we've ever seen both Saubers behind us in, like, a long time. I say ever, but I mean in a long time. Okay, so now that the race is quite thoroughly underway and Alonso has stopped finding the gravel traps, I need to do my fuel calculations. Hey, how are you? I'm doing good, thank you. I am, I realize that we haven't played Formula 1 Manager in quite a while, so I thought we'd best get back to it a little bit. Game's a little lighter on this hack than normal. But yeah, I thought we'd best get back into it, so I'm having fun trying to claim some more precious points for my team. It's funny because you look up almost at the same locations where on screen the notification is, yeah. So when I get those notifications, like my OBS is up here. So this is where I get my notification. So I have to look up here to see my notifications. Yes, I guess yes. That is where the notification appears on stream. Which is pretty funny. Okay, what is 1.6 divided by 6? Let's call it, let's call it 0.3. So if we do 0.3, 0.6, 1.2, 1.5, and then this one sorry, I'm crunching some numbers. Fine.
Battery is on the low side.
Okay, Ricardo's ERS, in fact both of our drivers' ERS battery is now empty. So let's dump this back to neutral, and Aerosmith has lost a place to Pierre Gasly on the hard tyres, which is ever so slightly annoying because I think he's actually going to get the DRS there. I think he did it just after the ERS detection. I've got my fuel calculations done, so I am ready for whatever. But so far this has been a very clean Imola Grand Prix, so the guaranteed safety car that the statistics say that we are bound to have hasn't yet materialized. We really need Aerosmith to try and gain on this whole shtick. Is what we need. Ricardo is in the middle of it. He is still holding off of both of the Sauber cars who are on a soft tire strategy. So this is working out quite well for us. We can of course use the tow and the DRS advantage to try and keep onto the back of Nico Hülkenberg. And yeah, if Yuki Tsunoda finishes in 7th place, then I think them being an approximate competitor to us, I think that goes out of the window. I think they are going to be out of our reach if they score 7th place points during this race. But the race is young. It could be Tsunoda that is the one that crashes out. We will need to see. Ricardo unfortunately has dropped behind DRS zone, so we've passed the DRS detection. So both Saubers are going to get DRS detection here. Or sorry, they're going to get the DRS activation here, and Ricardo isn't, which is a bit of an embuggerance. I can't remember if this is a double DRS zone, so I don't know if as we come around into this corner that we are going to get DRS, or if it is just a singular DRS detection. Oh no, it's only the singular DRS zone, okay, fine. So no, there's only one singular DRS zone. I actually thought it was split between the start-finish straight and the opening straight, but it is just one. We did not get the DRS. So it's going to be down on Daniel Ricciardo to hold off of the yellows somewhere. And Aerosmith has damage. That's rear wing damage. Let's see what happened. So Aerosmith is holding off Logan Sargent because of course Logan Sargent is the one that crashes, and he just hits into her rear wing. Oh, Aerosmith. Bugger. Yeah, you're slowly learning the ropes of F1 Manager. It's a very complex game for you, but you're loving it. Good! I'm glad you're getting into it. Yeah, I've never played like a management game like this before. So, yeah. Hibble is actually writing notes on the race and does math and everything, yeah. That is actually true, so, so it's a bit hard to see, but this is my notes for the last race. So you can see it's got Miami at the top. It's got all of my lap calculations, my when my drivers are going to get overtaken calculations, and then my fuel calculations plus tire wear and all this. So you know, I do the math, I crunch the numbers. I mean, I have watched some streamers who have like whole ass Excel spreadsheets. And don't get me wrong, I fucking love an Excel spreadsheet. But I won't do it for this race. So unfortunately, this knock that we have taken has absolutely destroyed our tires. So we have quite considerable damage across this entire car. I don't think we're going to be able to continue without a pit stop. Let's just hold on to this for as long as we can and see where we can get to. Ricardo has lost the place to Zhao, which is slightly unfortunate, but it does mean that we can use the tow and the DRS to get something of an advantage. We'll need to see, but Aerosmith's race once again is shot. Look at that damage to her rear wing. Ugh. That is unfortunate. The driver's gone and damaged my schmexy race car. God fucking damn it. Beans. Yeah, okay, so what we need to do here now is we've only got one set of hard tires, I think. Yeah, we've only got the one set of tires, so we need to hold on to these tires for as long as we physically can. And then when we hit 30%, we need to do a stint onto the softs. So let's get this set up. So mediums and softs. So if we can try to hold on to here, this is probably going to be approximately the best that we can manage. But yeah, we're definitely going to need to take a stop again for Raven Aerosmith, which is annoying. She's got real considerable damage to her car, so her race is pretty over. On the DRS zone, Ricardo is trying the overtake on Zhao. He steals the inside line from him and makes it work, quite thankfully. So now as we come into the complex and hairpin sections of this lap, hopefully we can pull out some distance. Silly question, who pays for this type of damage? Will Williams pay? Or is teams covering their own misfortunes regardless of crash? Do you know, that's actually a good question. I know that in club level motorsport racing, you generally have insurance for your own car. So it's like, so in terms of like normal insurance, you usually talk about comprehensive and third party. So comprehensive is if you're at fault, you pay for somebody else's car, but you can also pay for damage to your own car as well. Whereas third party only is that you will only pay, your insurance will only cover damages to a car that you are at fault against. Motorsport, from what I have seen, is first party cover only, so you can claim for damages against your own car, but you can't claim for damages against other cars. So as far as I'm aware, Mono, you are responsible, whether you pay for it directly or your insurer does it, depending on what level of racing it is. You are responsible for the damage that you receive to your car. As far as I know, I don't have a lot of insight into that area, but yeah, as far as I know, that's how it is. Ricardo, even through the DRS zone, has managed to keep his gap to Zhao, which is pretty tasty, actually. Not something that I entirely had on my bingo card. So we're going to hold on to these hard tires on Aerosmith's car for as long as we can. This does mean that Logan Sargent is probably going to overtake us, but there's not really anything that we can do about that, unfortunately. In terms of our fuel calculation, we're on lap 8, and my shit doesn't really come into effect until lap 10. I think on lap 13 we're going to do the first actual calculation and see how we go. But yeah, we'll take it from there. So Ricciardo is holding distance to both Sauber cars, who are the only ones in the field who are on the soft cars, soft tyres. I think they might be on a 2-stop strategy, but the rest of us are on a 1-stop strategy, with the exception of Aerosmith, who has been forced into a 2-stop strategy. Be curious to see if we can catch up to Hulkenberg. Zhao is making an attempt at a pass again, but can't quite make it work. He can sort of get alongside Ricciardo. In fact, his rear light is flashing like he is out of ERS, and this is allowing Gasly to catch up on the hard tyres. This will be interesting to see how this fight progresses over the course of the race.
Keep looking after your tires.
Yeah, Zhao is all over us. Jesus Christ. But the good news is that the longer that we keep them behind... Oh, he locked up! Zhao locks up! He's in the gravel. Can he get out of the gravel?
Yo Guan Yu is the focus here. And they just can't keep on the track. That won't do the floor of the car any good at all.
But can Zhao get going again? Okay, Zhao does get going again.
Understood.
But he is no longer competition for us now. Yes! And look how much life he has taken out of his tyres. So this fucks up his strategy. He was already on a 2-stop. He's either going to have to go onto a very, very careful 2-stop, like we are doing in Aerosmith, or he's going to have to make it a 3-stop. So we'll have to see how this progresses. Meanwhile, at the front of the race, we have Sergio Perez in lead of the race in a 6-car battle. Yeah, a 6-car battle between Perez, Verstappen, Leclerc, Sainz, Norris and Piastri, who are all vying for first position. Yuki Tsunoda is in 7th, fighting off Lewis Hamilton. Lance Stroll is in 9th, 1 second behind Hamilton, but fighting off Hamilton's teammate George Russell, with Iwasa on his own in 11th place. Hulkenberg is fighting off Alexander Albon, and Bottas has just found a way past Daniel Ricciardo. And that is coming into the opening complex of this race. Ricciardo is 15th, trying to retake this place from Valtteri Bottas, with Pierre Gasly behind. Fernando Alonso, not sure how he ended up so far down, is in 17th place, from Esteban Ocon in 18th, and Zhao is in 19th after his lockup being hunted down by Kevin Magnussen. The injured Logan Sargent is in 21st place, with our damaged Raven Aerosmith in 22nd. And we're just holding on until we can get onto these soft tyres. But all things considered, we are on a pretty ganked strategy right now. I might actually, looking at this trend, I might actually have to... Let's use a ruler for a second here. Okay, no. If that trajectory continues, I may be able to make it to our stop point. But if not, I might have to do a partial conserve. Daniel Ricciardo is struggling to find a way past Valtteri Bottas, which is causing him some definite frustration. And Aerosmith confidence is potato. It's hella potato, actually.
And in front of you is Bottas.
Oh, Jesus. We're still waiting for the safety car, though. We're still waiting for the safety car. Apparently a 100% chance of a safety car, and we haven't seen it yet. In 2 more laps, we're going to do a fuel calculation. An overtake calculation.
Stable. Stable with that bit of deck.
So coming into the DRS zone now, Gasly behind is going to have the DRS on Daniel Ricciardo, but can Daniel Ricciardo do anything on Valtteri Bottas to retake his 14th place? They are going side by side. Daniel Ricciardo is trying to steal the inside line, and indeed he does. Valtteri Bottas's soft tyres are starting to tick off.
Currently P14. Albon ahead of you.
And his performance based on those tyres is going to drop off reasonably quickly now, but not as much as when we hit the cliff. That is going to push Bottas into the hands of Pierre Gasly. So I have to see how that goes. I have the world's itchiest fucking nose, so I need to disappear for a hot minute. Jesus. I don't know why, but I always seem to get the itchiest nose when I'm on stream, and I have absolutely no idea why. Okay, so the leaders are now onto the opening lap. So let's do our lapping calculations. So the leaders are currently lapping a delta. Let's call it a 120. Hang on, what are we on? 121.1. So the leaders are lapping 2 seconds faster than Daniel Ricciardo, and the gap is 50. So that makes it, so the delta 2 is a lap of 25. So Daniel Ricciardo will get lapped on lap 38 per my estimation. Aerosmith is lapping, what's that, 4 seconds? So she's on a delta 4, and she is only 30 seconds in front of the leaders. So 30 divided by 4, 5, 6, 7. So I think it's going to be 7.5. So we'll call that she is going. So Aerosmith, I reckon, is probably going to get lapped by lap 22. So right now, both of our drivers are working to a -1 strategy, so I no longer have to worry about fuel use statistics at the moment. We'll just have to see how this goes. Yeah, we're just holding on to these hard tires for as long as we can. I don't think we're gonna last particularly long though, unfortunately. So coming over the line for lap 14, we're on 36%. So let's follow Aerosmith for a lap on slightly faster speeds. Of course, a safety car now would be fantastic because I could repair the tires. So as we round out the last corner, so we're taking off our tires. So lap 15 is 34%, so our delta is 2% per lap. So we get 2 more laps out of these tires and then we hit the cliff. So 1, 2, so we'll have to do this one lap early. Let's sort this one. So 1 lap earlier than this. Oh Jesus, this is gonna be so freaking risky. There's not really that much that we can do about it. Meanwhile, for the lead of this race, it has become a 3-car battle, and what a 3-car battle it is! They're all going absolutely ham, trying to secure lead of this race from Max Verstappen. Let's try and get some banging screenies of that Red Bull Racing Formula 1 car, as opposed to the RB Racing Formula 1 car. So currently it's 2 for 2 with the Red Bulls following on from both Ferraris, following on from both McLarens, in what is fast becoming a 5-car battle for the lead of this race. Yeah, just keeping an eye on Aerosmith's numbers. I think once we come around this lap, we're probably gonna pit. I think it's actually a lap earlier than we expected it was gonna be, but do you know what? I'm just gonna have to do it. Also, I think is our ERS damaged? Okay, our ERS isn't damaged, but we're not really recovering an awful lot of energy here for Raven Aerosmith. Where are we at? 33%? Yeah. Let's just box and get her on a set of softs. Boom. Do it. So Raven Aerosmith is going to come in for the first pit stop of this race. Valtteri Bottas is almost at the cliff. He is going to be not too far behind us. We've been able to hold off Gasly and Alonso, but we haven't really been able to make any considerable gains on Nico Hülkenberg as yet. But the race is still young. We still have 50 laps to go. So we'll have to see how this goes. Without safety car, we are still predicting that both of our drivers are going to be lapped by the time that lap 40 comes around. But we'll see how this goes. And Bottas is in the pits to get off of these soft
We're
tires.
happy with tires.
Let's see what Bottas goes for. Ooh, pit lane right at the end. That was a really slick stop for Bottas. So Sargent just in front of us is in the pits. Let's see what he goes for. So Sargent's going to go for a set of the hards. Bottas has gone for a set of the mediums. Let's see what our team can achieve in terms of a pit stop. It's such a slow stop. Oh, but Sargent's is even slower. We leapfrog Sargent in the pits.
Oh no, that's a slow pit stop there.
So hang on, let's see this. So this is our pit stop. But Logan Sargent's was even slower, so he's still behind us. And have they just been lapped? Oh shit, yeah, they have been lapped, okay. Okay, so we're now going on a -1 strategy for Aerosmith. So I need to hold on to -1.6. So we can push with our fuel use. Yeah, we can push with our fuel use for now. And we should be able to pull away from from Logan Sargent, hopefully. It's going to be marginal on tires for Aerosmith, but I think I can make this work. Ricciardo is holding off a three-way train of Gasly and Fernando Alonso for some reason. This is really weird having Fernando Alonso caught up in the mix with our potato car. But it is what it is. So unfortunately for the second race in a row, Aerosmith has just been royally feckin' bullied. Okay, so Aerosmith has come off this set of hard tires, which are now destroyed. ERS battery is empty, so let's go for top up and let's just try and keep Logan Sargent behind us. Oh, it was his penalty. It was a stop-go penalty he served. Okay, so from now, if Sargent passes us, it's on merit, which isn't ideal. Our race is ruined either way, I think. Without a safety car, I don't think Aerosmith can improve beyond this. Ideally, we need one retirement in order for us to get one retirement that's not us to take the 20th place, so that we can get our race bonus. Ricciardo's okay, although he has just been overtaken by Gasly, which is slightly annoying. They're still side by side, but Ricciardo does concede the position, annoyingly.
This is my pace.
So as they come in to the complex,
keep it clean.
they
Focus on
will,
the pace.
Ricciardo, it will be on merit to see if he can get past. So we'll have to see how this goes. Fine, I'm quite happy that we see how this goes. So Ricciardo is right on the gearbox of Pierre Gasly. Hopefully this means that we will still be behind them when we hit the DRS detection, which is in a few seconds. And actually, Aerosmith lost so much time with that collision that Ricciardo is very close to lapping. Well, you can't see it from my face. But like, look at this. This is Ricciardo here in the 15th position. And this is Aerosmith. He is 1/3 of a lap from lapping his teammate, which is insane. So Ricciardo has the DRS open. He's thinking about the inside line, but Gasly closes it off. He's going to think about the inside line again. Can he get alongside? No, he can. That was very almost front to rear contact there, which wouldn't have been particularly ideal. Right, let's give Daniel some ERS. Let's see if we can get him to overtake Pierre Gasly.
That's okay.
And see what the script is here.
Click overtake.
Okay, understood.
So Aerosmith is already a lap down. Where is Perez? She may end up 2 laps down before the end of today. Particularly with her battle damage. Logan Sargent is very almost on her rear wing.
Good job.
Oh shit, I missed an overtake.
In front of you, Albon.
Let's see how it happened for Daniel Ricciardo without DRS, so this was entirely on merit. So he just, Daniel Ricciardo just absolutely sneaks an inside line.
Alrighty. Nice.
Nice. So we steal 14th place from Pierre Gasly, and Nico Hülkenberg is in the pits getting off of a set of medium tyres. He'll probably be going on to a set of hards at this point. It's not necessarily a sure thing. He could be 2-stopping and going on to a set of softs, we'll have to see. And it is a set of hards, so he's going to try and go on to the end of the race like this. So that gives Ricciardo a free position up into 13th place. And we need to see if we can keep holding off of Pierre Gasly. And see how we do. Okay. Fine, I'm just looking at some things. So Logan Sargent has now served his penalty, but he is riding some battle damage. He went onto a set of hards, but it's unknown if he'll be holding on to those set of hards until the end of the race. We really need to see here.
We don't have enough battery.
Daniel Ricciardo's battery is out, unfortunately, so we can't really do anything with Daniel Ricciardo anymore. We'll put him on neutral. And neutral, it says it's equal deployment versus equal recovery, but actually it does ever so slightly build over the course of the race. So I'm going to be quite happy to leave Daniel Ricciardo on neutral. Aerosmith has now been overtaken by Logan Sargent. But here's hoping we can use the DRS to follow him and see what the script is. Let's push with our fuel use at the moment. And we'll try and hold on to the back. We'll try and hold on to the back of Logan Sargent because anything could happen in this race. We are still apparently guaranteed a safety car at some point or another. And so, you know, the world is our oyster. Anything could literally happen here. So now with 40 laps to go, let's turn our attention to Daniel Ricciardo. So the leaders are still lapping, so with 40 laps to go, the leaders are still lapping 2 seconds a lap faster than Daniel Ricciardo. And the gap is now, so it's what? 79 versus 51. So what's that? No, wait, 60, 70, yeah, 79 versus 50. What, 28 seconds? Yeah, okay, 28 divided by 2 is going to be 14 laps. So 14 laps by now is 37. Okay, so we're still expecting Ricciardo to be lapped by the lap 40 margin, so that hasn't actually changed any at all. Gasly has found a way back past Daniel Ricciardo, which isn't entirely surprising. They're both mouse for mouse.
Keep the head down.
It's Tom and Jerry
So we have
antics
Alonso
is what it
behind.
is. So Ricciardo gets past
Alonso
Gasly, Gasly
1.6
gets past
behind.
Ricciardo, Ricciardo gets past Gasly, Gasly gets past Ricciardo. It's going to be down to Ricciardo to keep onto the back of Gasly until they get into the DRS zone, which is what Gasly used to get past Daniel Ricciardo, and see if he can't find a way past. For just now, Aerosmith has dropped out of this zone, so that's like annoying. Is there a world? Let's try strategy B. So let's try a soft stint and a medium stint. Okay, is this faster? Is the question. So, hang on, what are we looking for here? There's a 21. So 21 is the time to beat. If we do this... and then do... No, okay, so our current strategy is better by 10 seconds. Fine, okay, it is what it is. It is what it is. Fine. So yeah, my prediction is for Ricciardo to get overtaken with, what, 15 laps to go? No, 25 laps to go. Fine. Okay, so now we're just watching and monitoring this race. Alonso is behind Daniel Ricciardo. I'm not entirely sure how that happened. Ricciardo is chasing down Pierre Gasly. In fact, they're side by side, and Daniel Ricciardo takes a very ambitious line and somehow finds his way past Pierre Gasly for 13th place, which is huge.
Albon ahead of you.
Huge, huge, huge. Up at the front of this race, we have the Red Bull side by side for lead of this race. The hard-tired Perez has just overtaken the medium-tired Max Verstappen. And meanwhile, the two Ferraris and one of the McLarens are fighting side by side as well. And as the relevant overtakes have been made, they have started to string out a little bit. So we are working with Sergio Perez in first place on the hard tires, with Max Verstappen close behind in second. Carlos Sainz is nearly 2 seconds behind in third, with Charles Leclerc and now over a second behind as well. Being chased down by Lando Norris in fifth, Oscar Piastri is 10 seconds behind Lando Norris, with Hamilton 10 seconds behind him. Yuki Tsunoda is on his own, as is George Russell and Lance Stroll. Iwasa is on his own from Alexander Albon, and Daniel Ricciardo is in 13th place, leading a three-way battle of Pierre Gasly and Fernando Alonso. Magnussen is on his own, 3 seconds both in front and behind of the next cars. Ocon 17th, Hülkenberg 18th, Bottas 19th, Zhou in 20th, the Williams of Logan Sargent in 21st place, and our winded Hibble F1 car oh, we got yellows somewhere. What's happened? Somebody spun. Don't know where.
We've got a yellow flag here.
And it was Iwasa.
Right then, we can take a
so
look.
what happened to Iwasa?
Things are okay at this stage. And
and he just lost it.
And that won't do anything to help those tyres.
I'm not sure I like the way that the camera fuzzes out. It's quite weird to take. So Iwasa has hemorrhaged his tyres here, so we're probably going to actually see him in the pits this time or next time by, which will give one free place to Daniel Ricciardo. And he is in the pits. He's in the pits. He is in the pits. His tires are too wounded. Daniel Ricciardo's tire change is planned for lap 29. So we're just a couple of laps away from Daniel Ricciardo's pit stop onto the harder tires, which will see us until the end of the race. And let's see what else we're working with here. Yeah, okay, I can work with this one. Ooh, Pierre Gasly is right on the back of Ricciardo's car. Can he do anything? He thought about an inside line there, but in the end just could not make that work at all. And Gasly is having to work those hard tires. Those hard tires have got no particular life life advantage.
Looks like they're carrying some kind of fault
Over Ricciardo, and it looks like Max Verstappen has picked up a mechanical fault, which is a bit of a weird one for the leading teams to have to contend with. Oh, look at that fucking schmexy car. I love the way my livery is turned out. I wish I could say I didn't use one of the automatic designers to design it, but it's a schmexy livery. So looking at the tire percentages, we are probably going to be dealing with a bunch of pit stops in the very, very imminent future, which will change up the race order quite considerably. But we are going to stick to our strategy for Daniel Ricciardo. Because it's working quite well. We are keeping Gasly behind us. And on his hard tires, he is not getting any particular advantage on us. Oh, he's trying the outside line, but it does not work. And as we go into the opening complex, he is stuck behind Daniel Ricciardo. We see Esteban Ocon and Carlos Sainz into the pit lane for some hot, spicy tires. We haven't seen the guaranteed safety car that comes at this event yet. But the race is still young. We are not even halfway yet. Yeah, we're starting to see a lot of cars into the pit here. So these are the medium-tired cars, and they, I think, will be going on to the hard tires here. Let's watch Yuki Tsunoda and see what the script is here. That is a set of hard tires. So this means, so they may have got the undercut on us this lap, but when we pit next lap, this may mean that we will have slightly more tire life than our competitors come at the end of the race. So as we come across the start-finish line... Oh no, we're holding on to the set of tires. Pierre Gasly is trying to find a way past. He tries the outside line and he makes it work somehow. Daniel Ricciardo has no choice but to fall in behind.
Honestly, I don't think we can do much more.
And I think that is a sure enough sign that I want to go onto these hard tires now. Let's just get into the pit lane. Let's just get into the pit lane, get onto these hard tires. Hamilton has hit the cliff, as has Max Verstappen, which is interesting to see. So they will almost certainly be diving into the pit this time around. Yellows again, there's a car running wide. Who was that? It was Iwasa. It was Iwasa runs wide again.
Now this is turn 6. Oh, we've seen a few go off the track there. Really, they must be careful.
So trying to follow the Red Bull car, not realizing that his car has considerably less performance than a Red Bull, he gets his braking all screwed up and runs wide, unfortunately, which means he is now quite far down the order. I'm not sure how Aerosmith's race is going to shape up. I think Aerosmith's just on a recovery drive. I don't think there's anything I can really do for Aerosmith, which is ever so slightly annoying. Right, let's come into the pit lane and chat. Let's fingers crossed for a good stop. Fingers crossed for a good stop. This has to be a 2.5 second stop or better. So here we go. Here's the stop clock.
Focus on reaction time and no full throttle before pit exit.
That is not a good stop. That is not a good stop. Beans, 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 and buggeration. So we're on hard tires
Okay,
now
currently
until the
P17.
end of this race. Fine. It is what it is. We're going to have to hold off Kevin Magnussen, who is behind us. Let's go ahead and push our ERS at the minute.
Overtake available.
And see where we go. So Pierre Gasly, he's going to end up pitting soon. He's going to go onto a set of mediums, but here's hoping that Daniel Ricciardo's undercut gets him more life on tires. Then Pierre Gasly is going to be able to hold on the mediums, and we can secure that place a little bit better. A lot of mixed strategies, so we've seen the medium-tired cars stop. The hard-tired cars will be stopping in about 4 laps, I guesstimate. We will have to see. Aerosmith is kind of doing her own thing because of that collision, unfortunately. We just cannot keep anywhere near the back of the cars in front. Yeah, that's definitely unfortunate. Definitely unfortunate. Okay, so the only real battles are Sainz and Norris for 3rd place, with Carlos Sainz using his DRS advantage to steal the inside line from Lando Norris to take 3rd place, which is going to secure him a podium spot as they come into the complex. Charles Leclerc is trying to hunt down Max Verstappen for 5th place. They're both on an equal footing of tires. Carlos Sainz has now developed a mechanical fault, which is interesting. Alexander Albon is in a very problematic 7th place. He won't stay there, but there is a lot of toing and froing as the cars come through the DRS zone. Albon holds his line, but he is on tires that are 60% older than Tsunoda and Hamilton. And they are already hounding around his rear wing, so I'm pretty sure they will find a way by somewhere soon. And there's not really any other battles anywhere on the map. So let's stick with the Albon, Tsunoda, Hamilton battle, as the cars desperately try and find a way past and see how that goes. And Yuki, I actually missed it, but Yuki Tsunoda did find a way past, so Albon is now relegated to 7th place, and Hamilton is trying around the outside line, but cannot make it work. He slots in behind Alexander Albon, so Hamilton, with very fresh, hard tires, is going to be very determined to find a way past Alexander Albon, who will either be picking this lap or next. It remains to be seen, and Hamilton steals the inside line around the double apex hairpin that marks the final turns of this lap, but cannot make it work. Alexander Albon stays out. Hamilton will have the DRS. Can he find a way past? He can't. He still can't find a way past. Alexander Albon did pick up the DRS from somebody, not entirely sure who. And then Hamilton finds an around the world line to steal that 8th place. Sergio Perez, the first of the hard-tired cars to dive into the pit lane, does so now. He'll go onto a set of the mediums, which will hopefully take him to the end of the race, barring any safety cars. And off they go. Okay, it is now lap 33, so with 30 to go, let's do another fuel calculation for Daniel Ricciardo.
Yep. This is my pace.
Oh, we've been lapped already. Oh,
Just
okay.
head down.
I did not realize we
And
had
that's
been
Ocon
lapped
directly behind
already.
you.
Well, okay, that resolves fuel calculation. Or more correctly, that resolves the need for fuel calculation.
We don't need liftoff.
Okay, understood.
So Kevin Magnussen on a set of soft tires
Honestly,
has
I don't think we
overtaken
can do
us.
much more.
Let's try and overtake him. We're
So we
going to
keep
burn
focusing
some
on the
fuel
pace.
because we're now on a -1 strategy. The only thing that would change that now is a safety car. Aerosmith may go to a -2 strategy, but we'll need to see. It becomes a lot harder to calculate because when you're a lap down, you can't see the lap time. You can only see your lap status. So it becomes a lot harder to try and calculate. So we're waiting on all of the hard-tired cars to take their first pit stops to really see where we come out in the grand scheme of things. Oh, Verstappen is all over the back of Carlos Sainz. Verstappen, in fact, has his DRS open, chooses the inside line down the opening corner of the track. They are going to come into the chicane, and Max Verstappen finds a way all the way around side of Carlos Sainz. Both cars are currently carrying a mechanical wound. Not sure exactly of what nature, because I couldn't bother clicking the button to show me. Alexander Albon on his hard tires have hit the cliff, so he may choose to dive into the pit lane here, which may... No, it won't give Ricardo a free place. Although, having said that, Albon has chosen to stay out despite the fact his tires are on the cliff. So his performance is going to drop off incredibly significantly, which may allow Ricardo to eventually overtake him. We'll just have to see how this goes. But Albon potentially is in a point scoring position, which is actually slightly alarming for us. Over here in Hibble F1, we'll definitely need to see how that goes in time. Who else is looking for pit stop? So Oscar Piastri is going to be pitting. Norris is going to the end, as is Verstappen, as is all of these guys. Albon hit the cliff. Hulkenberg will make it to the end. Gasly is pitting again. Bottas is pitting again. Iwasa is not pitting again. Alonso is not pitting again. Magnussen is pitting again. Ricardo is not pitting again. Ocon is not pitting. Zhao is pitting. Sargent is pitting. And Aerosmith is pitting before the end of this race. Okay. So Ricardo's been given the blue flags for the Ferrari in 5th place to find a way past. Boom. So although it's very overcast, we are not seeing any chance of rain, and here comes Alexander Albon into the pit lane. He's possibly going to be going for a set of mediums here, we'll need to see. Oh, Gasly's in the pit lane as well. And yeah, that is a set of yellow wall medium tires. Gasly, who is on the hard tires, will be looking for a set of mediums as well, and indeed he is. Where is he going to come out, though? This is the question for Gasly. So Gasly is exiting the pit lane. Does Daniel Ricciardo get a free place out of this? He does! There he is in the pit lane. So Ricciardo is up into 17th place, which unfortunately is still a loss of 2 compared to where we started. But we do have a fairly slow car, all things considered. But also the race is still young. There is a chance for people to park it later on. We'll need to see how this pans out. So there is a few more pit stops still to be had for those who are risking or have been forced into a 2-stop strategy. We'll need to see how this goes. I'm just trying to look for fights here. So there's a fight for 3rd place between Max Verstappen and Carlos Sainz. Let's see how this goes as they come into the double apex final hairpin. It's not really a corner, it's more of 2 corners. So in that regard, I guess it's not really a hairpin. Oscar Piastri dives into the pit lane for his first pit stop of the race, which is going to see a free spot for basically all of the front runners. And here comes Carlos Sainz for the lead, for 2nd place. And he is going to get it. That was a DRS pass, DRS open, sneaking down the inside line and using DRS to get ahead of Max Verstappen. Lando Norris, with Piastri's pit stop, remains in the lead of this race. The only other battles are Bottas and Iwasa. that's kind of it. So we're not really dealing with much in the way of battles. Although having said that, Yuki Tsunoda and Hamilton are now within a second of each other, so this could turn into a bit of an interesting battle. Hamilton is 3 seconds faster than Tsunoda on that last lap, so that gap closed down catastrophically for Tsunoda. Okay, Aerosmith is within pit window for her pit stop, but we need to last until... We need to last until it is the optimum lap for our pit stop. Yeah, so many very almost wheel-to-wheel battles. Let's look for the battle for second place as Max Verstappen will now have the DRS coming down the start-finish straight. It's a long but bendy DRS zone. So this is going to allow Max Verstappen to keep his DRS open. He tries the outside line, it doesn't work. He tries the inside line, it does work. He finds the inside line around Carlos Sainz. And that moves Max Verstappen up into second place. Carlos Sainz's mechanical issue has apparently worsened across the radio. Let's see what he's dealing with.
I cannot push. Something is strange.
So that sounds like either a deployment issue, either an engine issue or an ERS issue, which does explain Max Verstappen's relatively easy overtake. But nevertheless, Carlos Sainz is holding on to Max Verstappen in second place. He will be trying to retake second place from Max Verstappen, but also trying to hold off his teammate Charles Leclerc, who is in turn fighting off of the Red Bull of Checo Perez. Oh damn, that was almost a beautiful screenshot. There you go, that's a nice screenshot. Valtteri Bottas is in the pits again, so he is going to come off of this set of mediums. He has stopped... Okay, it doesn't show us what he has stopped already. I think he's stopped already, so he might be moving on to a set of hards, but he may also be moving on to a set of softs. It's a set of hards. So he'll be able to push with the set of hards, and it'll be interesting to see what he can do with it. Ricardo does get ahead. Can Ocon get ahead? If Ocon can get ahead of Bottas, no, he isn't going to be able to. Oh, it's going to be close, it's going to be close. So Bottas has fresher rubber than Esteban Ocon. Esteban Ocon is going until the end of the race. Bottas can now push harder, but if Ocon could get ahead of him, that will free him up quite well, so that he will not pose a threat to our very own Daniel Ricciardo. Kevin Magnussen is going to be stopping again. Hulkenberg is probably going to be stopping again.
Lift off for the fuel.
And we have a full battery for Aerosmith. Yeah, Aerosmith we can keep on neutral, because even if we deploy, I don't think we're going to be doing much. For Raven Aerosmith, sadly, her race has been royally fucked over by that collision in the start, which is catastrophic, but it is what it is. So Hulkenberg, I'm reasonably sure, is going to be pitting again. I think if he was extraordinarily careful, he could probably finish the race on the set of hard tires that he's on. But at the moment, I don't see a world where that happens. What tires are we going to... Aerosmith's going to go into a set of medium tires. Fine. Fine, fine, fine. So in terms of the lead battles, the now wounded Carlos Sainz has lost out to his teammate Charles Leclerc. Sainz is desperately trying to keep onto the back of Charles Leclerc, trying to hold as much position as he possibly can. Oh yeah, okay. Open pit options. So we're now at the optimal time to go onto our medium, so let's do it. And Verstappen's mechanical fault is worsened.
Vibrations are picking up a little.
So vibrations could be braking, they could be aero, they could be engine. That is curious to see. Charles Leclerc is right on the back of Sergio Perez, and with the DRS open, he's now going to try the inside line. That is a clean overtake down the start-finish straight for Charles Leclerc to move up into 3rd place. With Perez now going to desperately want to try and find a way past him in the opening non-DRS complex. It's funny how some Formula 1 tracks have 4 DRS zones, and Imola has 1, and everything in between. Zhao has pitted with the hard wall tires on. He is pitting for a set of mediums, and our very own Aerosmith is also going to be pitting in this lap for a set of mediums as well. In the event of a safety car, I think most of our drivers are going to move on to a set of soft tires. Soft tires generally do about 28 laps around this track, and we are almost within 20 laps, or 21 laps until the end of the race. So I can take soft tires to the end of the race. So in the event of a safety car now, well, Aerosmith probably wouldn't pit again, but Ricardo would definitely pit for a set stop. Oh, that's a good stop. 2.6 is not a bad stop. Do we get any notification for it? Do we? Do we? It seems like only your number 1 driver can get anything out of the fastest pit stop challenge. Is Aerosmith 2 laps down? Okay, Aerosmith is now 2 laps down. So we can walk to where we were at 40. So as long as we stay above -3, we should be fine. Let's just deploy. Fuck it, why not? Use what your mama gave you. Because at some point Logan Sargent's gonna pit, and we need to be in a position to capitalize. So on a -1 strategy at lap 40, Daniel Ricciardo's fuel is a bit actually concerning, all things considered. Remember, there is still the possibility of a safety car. It is a 100% chance at this track. Lots of changes now. It's now a 3-way battle for 2nd place between Perez, Verstappen and Leclerc, which is fascinating to see how this pans out. But so far, neither car has a particular advantage. Daniel Ricciardo has just been overtaken by Pierre Gasly, which is slightly frustrating.
Keep the head down, we can get him back.
We are going to try and stick with him. He has newer rubber and also softer rubber, which does give him the advantage. Ideally, we can overtake back again, but it will remain to be seen what happens during the DRS zone. But as it stands right now, both of our drivers have completed their final pit stops of the race. The only thing that will change things is a safety car. And once again, there is a 100% prior chance of a safety car, and we haven't seen one this race. But that doesn't necessarily mean that there will be a safety car. It just means in all of the previous races there have been safety cars. But this could still be the first race in history where there's no safety car here at Imola.
In front of us, Gasly.
We will need to see. Daniel Ricciardo is going to see his DRS open as we come down the start-finish straight, which is going to allow him to try and catch up to the back of Pierre Gasly. He gets a bit of a run, but Pierre Gasly blocks the inside line. Daniel Ricciardo tries the outside line. Doesn't work. Tries the inside line. Does work. Gets the overlap. They're side by side. Coming into the opening complex. And Ricciardo has to slot in behind. He has a think about trying the inside line again, but in the end decides better of it. Which is ever so slightly annoying. We now have a 3-way battle for 15th place between Magnussen, Gasly, and Ricciardo. Hülkenberg is dangerously close to the point. but I'm not convinced that Hulkenberg can go to the end again. I think he's going to be pit stopping again for another set of soft tires. That is my estimation. That is my estimation. We'll definitely need to see.
Gasly, 16th side.
Okay.
Keep the head down.
So it looks like Gasly and Magnussen were very almost side by side again. Magnussen is going to be dumping into the pit lane this lane or next. He cannot continue with the set of tires. And he dives in this time. So that will free up Pierre Gasly into 15th place. And Ricciardo now 16th place is hunting down Pierre Gasly. He's got the DRS. The DRS is open. Gasly did get the DRS detected before Magnussen went into the pit lane, which does partially nullify Daniel Ricciardo's advantage. Although Daniel Ricciardo does have the tow as well, and both cars are blue flagged to let Oscar Piastri past. So Kevin Magnussen now in the pit lane is going to come out in 20th place, well to the good of Logan Sargent. It looked like if this would disappear. Yeah, so it does look like Logan Sargent, who was damaged after his racing incident with my driver, Raven Aerosmith. It does look like he's definitely going to be pitting again, which is going to drop him down to 21st place, but I highly doubt that is going to allow Aerosmith to catch up. The only thing that would allow her to catch up is a safety car at this point. So Aerosmith is on a -2 strategy and Ricciardo is on a -1 strategy. So currently on lap 46 we can go down to 2.4, which is currently fine, because we only underfield by 1 lap and we're working on a -2 strategy. So if we can keep to -2.4 this time and 2.7 by lap 30, as long as we finish the race above -3, Aerosmith will be okay. The only caveat to that would be a safety car where everyone gains 1 lap, but everyone will be slowing down, which allows us to regain fuel.
You focus on your race.
So the only battle right now on track is currently Sargent and Zhao, and actually Ricciardo versus Pierre Gasly. Let's see if Ricciardo can find a way past, and Logan Sargent doesn't dive into the pits. But you can see Raven Aerosmith is so far behind, there's no way Sargent is going to come out behind Aerosmith. Slightly annoying, but it is what it is. Okay. Aerosmith has lost her ERS, so let's just go into a neutral profile. And Ricciardo is still trying to find a way past Pierre Gasly. So Gasly is 7 seconds good of Ricciardo, but Ricciardo has just hit the double DRS zone, the one singular DRS zone, so DRS now opens. And Ricciardo is way too far back to overtake.
Okay, keep it clean.
But will hopefully get enough run to close onto the back of Pierre Gasly, which indeed he does. He's now 0.2 seconds behind, dropping back to 0.4 to 0.5. And we'll have to see if Ricciardo can stick with him during the complex. This is going to be a multi-lap process to get on the good side of Pierre Gasly. We're going to give him his ERS to try and find a way past.
Overtake
and we'll see
available.
what he can do with this.
Okay.
But it's not necessarily a guaranteed thing. Oh, in fact, actually, it's so unguaranteed that Daniel Ricciardo has dropped to beyond 1 second from Pierre Gasly, who has found a really, really good lap. Well, it says he found a good lap, but Ricciardo was still 2 seconds faster than Pierre Gasly. Long may that continue. So Ricciardo is flittering within DRS distance as they come into the DRS detector. We will see if Daniel Ricciardo got it. Can he open the DRS here? No, he can't. The DRS is not open. He was just outside the DRS detection. Which is not good for Daniel Ricciardo. Definitely not good for Daniel Ricciardo. yellows. I heard skidding somewhere behind us. It's a virtual safety car, virtual safety car. Okay, harvest.
Oh dear, a crash! There's been a crash!
What happened to Alexander
Now
Albon?
this was
Let's
the
have a look.
7th corner.
So trying to follow the Ferrari
Within
after
a split
blue
second,
flags,
the impact's made,
and he
and
spins
they'll have to pick
into the
themselves up
barrier.
after that.
So that is going to see a virtual safety car
And
come
look
out.
at
So
the
we've got
team
no
there. They all
actual
knew
safety
what that
car.
moment meant.
Yeah, we have no virtual, we have no actual safety car, but this is going to allow the virtual safety car to come out. So Albon is now in the pit lane, which means everyone will lap him, which will give our driver one free position. And we are going to try and recover the fuel the best we can. And we are going to try and recover ERS and all that good stuff the best we can. So at this point, although everybody is not behind the safety car, as a virtual safety car, this is what in endurance racing you would refer to like a go slow zone. We can fast forward because there's no overtaking. Hulkenberg dived into the pit and experienced a pit stop issue. What happened there? Oh, they couldn't get the front left off. Oh, he was riding the struggle bus like a champ. Oof. So Hulkenberg's pit stop issue very almost allowed Ricciardo... Well, actually it really allows Ricciardo to catch onto the back of this train. So yeah, we'll just have to see how this goes. Eventually the virtual safety car will end. Okay, virtual safety car is ending.
Understood.
You can keep the pace up on this compound. DRS enabled, DRS enabled.
Okay, so we did not build up enough ERS to be able to make that much use of it. Oh, Aerosmith
Here's the
runs
replay.
wide.
Right, let's have a look now.
So as soon as we
Around
went
turn
green,
that's
Aerosmith
that's
hit
not
the
quite what they
bouncy
would have wanted.
curbs.
Perhaps
So that's
a
going to
little
further
lapse in
damage her
concentration,
underfloor,
maybe.
which isn't necessarily ideal. But nah, that definitely works. Well, it works for everyone else, but it doesn't really work for us, because that is going to expend her tire usage a little bit. Looking at Daniel Ricciardo, we could really do... Actually, I'm just going to deploy you. So we're now 13 laps until the end of this race.
Okay, understood.
We're doing for leadership. So we've had one virtual safety car, but no actual safety car. Ideally, we can catch up to the back of Pierre Gasly and try for an overtake. It really depends to be seen.
Okay,
I'm honestly
no,
just
we
going
keep
to keep.
focusing.
I'm just going to keep Aerosmith on just deploying her ERS. There is no point in holding on to it. We may as well just eat what we've got. But even then, 20 seconds to go. I don't see a world where she catches up. I really do not see a world where she catches up. It's going to be Daniel Ricciardo to see if we can catch up to Pierre Gasly, but he has dropped off considerably from Gasly. We started after the yellow flag, or the virtual safety car, with 1.5 seconds behind Gasly. We're now 4 seconds behind. Jesus Christ. We now got Valtteri Bottas breathing down our neck, who has the same tyre compound but much newer rubber, and Bottas is desperately trying to find a way down our inside line. It's going to be on Daniel Ricciardo to make sure that doesn't happen, and watch us get the 100% safety car, and it's going to be Daniel Ricciardo defending from Valtteri Bottas that causes the safety car. Watch. I guarantee you that's what's going to happen. The good news is Pierre Gasly is about to start getting into a side-by-side fight with Nico Hulkenberg, which should, fingers crossed, hold them up to allow Ricciardo to catch up to them. Our ERS is now unavailable. I still think we use it as we've got it. I don't see there's that much point in holding on to it, other than to preserve our ERS, but honestly that's pussy talk. So Ricciardo is now 4 seconds adrift from Pierre Gasly, and Gasly himself is the second and a half adrift from Nico Hülkenberg. Once again, our competitors are within the points, and I think if the race finishes like this, Yuki Tsunoda, I think Team RB Racing we're not going to be able to catch up to them. There is not a world where that is possibly going to happen. Yeah. That would be the end of the challenge against Team RB Racing. But the battle against Team Sauber is very much on, and we're desperately trying to hope for Daniel Ricciardo to keep ahead of Valtteri Bottas. Oh god, it's so close! It's so close! It's so close between the two drivers. So, looking at the numbers, there are no pit stops to be had, barring accident damage, before the end of this race. Bottas is hella behind Daniel Ricciardo and has a DRS. He tries down the inside line. He's almost going to make this work as he comes into the first corner. He might try down the inside line here, but Valtteri Bottas has picked up a mechanical fault. That changes things.
I'm struggling with deployment.
So that is ERS deployment. So Valtteri Bottas's rate of ERS deployment is potentially significantly reduced, which means, according to the best information that we have, Valtteri Bottas cannot deploy his ERS in the same way that we can. So although Bottas has newer tire life, if we keep just deploying through our ERS, we should be able to, fingers crossed, hold this advantage to Valtteri Bottas, and keeping both Saubers behind us would be quite good for championship performance. So Daniel Ricciardo is 1 lap down, so we're hoping for minus 1.5 by the end of the race, which we'll make. And Aerosmith we are hoping for minus 3, which we will definitely make. Although having said that, I do not think that Aerosmith is going to be able to make up enough speed to be able to pass Logan Sargent. We'll just need to see how it goes. There are still faults and crashes that could potentially plague the rest of this race. But we will need to see. Wow. So Bottas's mechanical issue has caused him to drop off by way more than a second compared to Daniel Ricciardo, which is fascinating to see. That does free up Daniel Ricciardo somewhat to try and catch up into the back end of Pierre Gasly, but I'm honestly not sure it's going to particularly happen, mainly because Pierre Gasly is on softer tires. Yeah, we'll definitely need to see how this goes. Wow. So Bottas is losing over 1.5 seconds a lap. That is wild. So that deployment issue he has with his ERS is really preventing him from doing anything about Daniel Ricciardo, who's using his ERS constantly every single lap. What are we on? We're on 8 laps until the end of the race. So I'm having to watch this fuel use level quite closely, all things considered. Because I need to make sure we stay above minus 1.5, which I think for Daniel Ricciardo is fairly easy. I think Aerosmith is slightly more marginal, I think. Do you know what? I'm gonna stop with Aerosmith because I don't want her to burn her engine. Because there's no point. We're not gonna make up 18 seconds on a car that has newer tires than us. We're damaged. I think we just have to take the knock. There's no point in us burning our ERS. There's no point in burning our engine. I think we just have to take the hit that we finished 21st place and save our performance for future races. Because I think that's basically all we can do, really. Ricciardo, on the other hand, did a lap that was half a second slower than Valtteri Bottas. We're now approaching the point of the tyre wear where Bottas's tyres are going to be significantly more effective than Daniel Ricciardo's. But we'll just have to see how we go. Still no actual safety car yet. At the lead of the race, it's pretty secure by Lando Norris, but second place is up for grabs as Sergio Perez hunts down Charles Leclerc. With the exception of that, the only other battles we have going are Yuki Tsunoda and Lewis Hamilton fighting for 7th place. And that's it. So the battle for 2nd and the battle for 7th is kind of the only interesting thing that we have going on here. Lewis Hamilton uses the back marker significantly to his advantage. Good God, who was that? Was that Bottas? So Bottas fails to get out of the way of Yuki Tsunoda, which pushes him more than a second behind Lewis Hamilton. So he may be out of DRS zone as they come into the one and only DRS zone in this track. Yeah, no DRS. No DRS for Yuki Tsunoda. So that blue flag advantage has been handed on a silver platter to Lewis Hamilton. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. So Lewis Hamilton from here is going to disappear into the middle distance. He has broken the toe and the DRS to Yuki Tsunoda. It's going to be down to Lewis Hamilton to hold that advantage though. One simple mistake will close that gap up like nobody's business. With 5 laps to go, 6 laps to go, yellows. Why is it yellows? Oh, Aerosmith locked up. But so we had yellow flags for Aerosmith lock up. Fine. She was last place anyway. It doesn't massively matter. Yeah, fine. Charles Leclerc, though, having said this, has now caught up to the tail end of Lando Norris. Leclerc is now within DRS and toe range of Lando Norris, which basically means that when they hit the DRS zone, the lead of this race could very much change, which would be a very, very interesting turn of events. It's pretty cat and mouse. It depends on who gets the better run out of the necessary corners. So Leclerc would need a really good run here. He's coming over the DRS detection zone now, and I don't think he gets it. I do not think he gets DRS here. He came so close, but it did not happen. Verstappen, with his wounded Red Bull Racing, is, however, going to pick up the DRS on Oscar Piastri. Have to see how that goes, and there's no battles further through. Yells again. It's not one of my cars.
Let's have a look at that. Now we're at turn 11 now.
So in 14th place, Pierre Gasly just decides...
The wheels just lock up there. Now they did leave it very late.
Into the gravel. That's rough. That's pretty rough. So Pierre Gasly, from 14th place, takes a while to get back on track, which does hand Daniel Ricciardo 14th place, so we gain a free position out of that, which I would definitely take. Don't you worry your little cotton socks, I would definitely take that one. Okay, we're getting fuel delta warnings for both drivers. So I'm looking for minus 1.5 for Ricciardo, and I'm looking for minus 3 for Aerosmith. So we're within limits for both drivers. I'm pretty happy with this. It's just a case of watching to see what happens across the field. The only battle that we have left is this battle for 4th place, with the wounded Max Verstappen desperately hunting down Oscar Piastri. The drivers are coming through the fairly open section of track, about to come into the final chicane of the track, which is here. And Max Verstappen is within half a second of Oscar Piastri. He is going to hit the DRS detection here. So as they come around the double apex hairpin, we are going to see Max Verstappen's DRS open approximately nowish. The DRS is open. It's not 0.8 seconds for Verstappen. It's not 0.7. It's not 0.6. It's going to be 0.5. Will it get to 0.4? It does. It's a long DRS on this, but can Max Verstappen find a way inside? No. He can only close up that gap to Oscar Piastri, which will suit him, but it doesn't give him the position. And the more points that he can score here, the better it will be, given that
5 more laps.
Given that Red Bull are now the leaders of the Constructors' Championship, Leclerc in second place would see Ferrari secure P1 in the Constructors' Championship again. But if Verstappen can overtake Oscar Piastri, he will... Carlos Sainz's mechanical issues have become terminal.
Oh dear. What a miserable way to bow out of this one.
Oh, that is an engine fault. You can tell by the white smoke. So Carlos Sainz is riding the struggle bus with a broken engine. Can he get back to the pit lane, or will the car shit itself before the start-finish straight and see a red flag finish to today's race? We'll definitely need to see. He looks like he is going to get back to the pit lane. He's coming around the double apex hairpin corner. And he dives into the pit lane to retire the car with a wounded Ferrari. So that for sure sees Max Verstappen. Oh, yeah, with Sainz not scoring points, that is definitely going to see Max Verstappen and Red Bull Racing take the lead of the Formula 1 Constructors World Championship, as far as I'm aware. And the good news, is that with 2 non-finishers, this means that Raven Aerosmith is going to finish 22nd place for her lap bonus. I actually need to go to conserve these tires. Ugh, we're last place, it doesn't really matter what we do.
We do need a little bit of liftoff for the fuel.
Okay, so Ricardo is no longer going to... Well, we're going to get 1 free position as a result of Sainz's retirement. But I don't think we need to worry about Bottas, who's 5 seconds behind us. With the exception of maybe this battle between Gasly and Magnussen. I think the race order is pretty secured here. I think... Oh, Kevin Magnussen is trying to find a way in the inside, tries it on the outside of...
3 more laps.
Yeah, 3 more laps.
Okay, understood.
Of Pierre Gasly. The good news is by staying behind, Kevin Magnussen does get the DRS detection, so coming into the start-finish straight, we're going to see this DRS open now, which indeed it does. That is going to give Kevin Magnussen the run on Pierre Gasly. He tries the inside line, he secures the inside line, he is ahead, he is beyond, and he takes 15th place from Pierre Gasly, whose tires have hit the cliff. The leaders come onto the final lap, which means Gasly only has 1 more lap to go. But Gasly's tires have hit the cliff, as have Sergio Perez's. So if he's not careful, Oscar Piastri could go for an overtake. And Jesus Christ, who the fuck is messaging me? It's 1 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, okay. I don't care about any of this. So yeah, with Gasly's tires hitting the cliff in quite royal fashion, I think this will definitely see. I just realized if Norris overtakes Aerosmith, who's right here, we will go 3 laps down.
2 more laps.
Which means Sainz will still finish ahead of Aerosmith. No. Aerosmith, no. Come on, Aerosmith, keep ahead of that car. Keep ahead of that car. Fuck the blue flags. Fuck the blue flags. No. So despite retiring from the race,
Lando Norris wins it.
that's
He's
horrific.
first over the line.
Despite retiring from the race, Carlos Sainz is still going to finish ahead of Raven Aerosmith. God, that was horrific. What a way to lose out on $200,000. Actually, no, because we don't get that 109. We lose out on $300,000. Fuckity fuck. God damn it. That's frustrating. Well, anyway, we have Lando Norris, who wins this race from Charles Leclerc, with Sergio Perez in third, Oscar Piastri in fourth, Max Verstappen finishes fifth with Hamilton
Okay, we take
in
the
sixth.
flag.
Yuki Tsunoda finishes seventh with Russell in eighth, Stroll will finish ninth, then Alonso, Hulkenberg, Iwasa, Ricciardo, Bottas and Magnussen, who are all laps down. Gasly, Ocon, Zhao, Sargent, Sainz, Albon, Aerosmith and then Albon, who are all between 1 and 2 laps down for finishing this here race in this here racing environment. And so with that, the checkered flag flies and so brings an end
What
of
a
the
race
Imola
that
Grand Prix.
was! And there, of course, we see Lance strolling in.
A P9 finish today.
I
and
see
some
what they
points on the
did
board.
there!
And after such a fabulous drive here today, it's no surprise to see this man land on the podium.
Oh look, another broccoli here.
What an excellent way to take a second win of the season, with a composed performance today.
Well, Formula One certainly feels at home in Italy, and it looks like those three feel right at home too. Well, Karun, how do you think they'll be feeling in the team garage at the end of that?
Well, it was a bit of a mixed bag here. Some things went their way, but others didn't. I think their main target now will be finding some consistency for sure.
And that's about it for our time here in Imola.
For the next Grand Prix, make sure you join us at the renowned city circuit of Monaco. Prepare yourselves for one of the most legendary rounds of the season.
Oh god, I didn't realize Monaco was next. I did not realize that Monaco was next. Okay. So Lando Norris gains 5th place to take the win of this race and 26 points in the Drivers' World Championship. Then at Team Potato end of the grid, Daniel Ricciardo gains 2 places to take 13th place, and Raven Aerosmith, as a result of her nursing battle damage the entire way around, loses 4th places to take 21st place. And unfortunately, if we had half a lap more in the bank over Lando Norris, we would have been 2 laps down, not 3 laps down, and we would have finished ahead of Carlos Sainz. But it didn't work that way, so that's slightly annoying. In the Drivers' World Championship, Charles Leclerc keeps a hold of 1st place. Lando Norris moves into 2nd place ahead of Max Verstappen. And at Team Potato end of the grid, there is no changes. In the Constructors' World Championship, Red Bull expands its lead by 7 points to now be 11 points ahead of Ferrari. And at the potato end of the grid, RB Racing takes more points still, so it is now firmly out of reach of the Team Potato end of things. That is a sweet sight. In the DHL Top 10 Fastest Pit Stop Championship, Hibble F1, we take 9th place to get 2 championship points in the fastest pit stop competition. We were less than 0.3 of a second slower than the fastest pit stop on the grid. which I am very pleased to report. So giving, okay, so Mercedes now overtake us, gaining 2 points, and we lose 2 positions, but we still increase by 2 championship points, which we are pretty happy with. There was a pit stop mistake of a stuck wheel nut, which isn't great, but we made up for it with Raven Aerosmith's second stop. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to round out the Imola Grand Prix. Daniel Ricciardo meets his target of better than 18th with a 13th place finish. And I'm not sure why it's saying Aerosmith didn't finish. We did finish, we just weren't higher than 30th, so that's a weird one. But that is going to round out the Imola Grand Prix for us. Fine. So next up is going to be Monaco, which is in, how long is that one? So it is less than 7 days time before our team hits the Monaco Grand Prix and then the Canadian Grand Prix. So next time out we will be doing both of those various bits of shenaniganry. But for just now, that is going to bring us to a conclusion for today's stream. Tomorrow we're going to be back doing some Commandos Origins as we finish off our mission in the French countryside to go and just generally insult and be a nuisance to the Germans. For just now, we are going to try and find somebody to raid. So first port of call, we're going to see if any of my friend folk are online and doing some interesting things. They both are and they aren't. Okay, let's see who else is doing F1 Manager is what we'll do. Let's see if we can't send you to somebody new. And if we can't, Jesus Christ, Twitch. If we can, we have somebody that we can send you over to. Okay, I'm not sure why we're getting some weird ass tunes. Yeah, okay. I'm slightly between a rock and a hard place with who to raid. We're not going to go for a Formula 1 Manager stream. We are going to go raid a good friend and fantastic streamer of ours who is called... Apparently a name so cursed it makes me choke. But we are going to go and follow Rectim, who is a who is a streamer who I discovered purely by chance and who has fast become one of my favorite streamers out there on the wonderful world of Twitch. She is genuinely fantastic. She is one of those streamers who it does not matter what she plays. It is just truly a good time, whether she is playing no games, whether she is playing you know, whatever game in the world. It's just chaos, it's just fun. You know, I thoroughly recommend dropping her a follow and tuning into her stream. But for just now, we will be back tomorrow with some Commandos Origins, and then again the day after with a simulator game, which is going to be a new one to the channel, which I'm looking forward to showing you. But for just now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to say thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. Bye!
I thought we were going to get hit by a fucking tram, so I was like, what is that noise that is making all the bells? And I just absolutely cunt myself into the side of the tram stop. I'm sorry, Horse.
I cannot call myself a doctor. I cannot...
So what are you calling yourself?
Oh, I'm calling myself a doctor, but a lot don't know that.
Okay. Yeah.
I like how she's throwing her hands up, going, the stipulations are, don't call yourself a doctor, but I am, don't tell them off.
I don't enjoy that either.
Yeah. Hi.
Honey.
need your help. I knocked it out.
Jesus Christ! Taylor? Hey.
Oh Lord, he's running! He's running!
But,
you
but,
want to
but.
that again?
I need to be ready to run here because I don't want to get trampled. Fucking get fucked!
That's what you get.
I think we can pass this here. Oh! Okay.
I'm sorry, did you just mount your horse as you jumped off the edge of that?
I don't know what just happened.
Sheriff Department, please. The slower traffic, move to the left, thank you.
Interesting place.
Why did man always slam into the door instead of just...
That's what I was thinking too.
Oh god, I fucked up! I fucked up!
What did you do?
I forgot that it was a ladder on the way down. I'm not. I thought it was a fire escape because I saw the other fire escape and I fucked up.
I fell on you. What the fuck, man?
Oh no, I also fell.
Oh my fucking! See if we fail this because we had fucking everybody scobbying up a ladder.
I had it under control until Octi decided, you know what, I'm going to go up his arse.
Okay, try and not lose the back end. Nope.